Go for it.
Oh, right.
Help.
You got this!
I just completely dropped the ball. I was like,
Hello,
"How did I do that?"
everybody, and welcome to tonight's episode with Ginton Dice. Just a bunch of us nerdy friends who likes to put each other in the hot spot for shits and giggles. For a good SAOG. uh, well, besides the usual, we have almost absolutely zero announcements.
I should have forgot to do that.
uh, our good friend Clay, he's working on some of his tech issues. Good internet service, am I right?
America.
Well, my phone's supposed to have a hotspot, but
It's a cold spot right now.
I see hot.
well, it doesn't even show up in my settings right now.
Yeah, they said global warming wasn't a thing, but apparently it is.
This is how they eliminate it, by getting rid of all those hotspots.
Alex,
Help!
come here.
So, anyways, thank you all for joining us. And I'm once again sorry that you have to put up with us.
Means their own choice at this moment, right?
I mean, you should be, like, happy to deal with us, but even I am sorry. But anyways, are you guys ready?
Yeah.
Anybody got any wonderful announcements? No?
Today is
Got
the
new
11th of
headphones.
July.
Ha,
That's my announcement.
it is the 10th. Good sir.
No,
Get on
you're
this.
in Europe. I live in the future.
Well, okay, well, how did today's
I'm not
session
gonna
go?
lie. I'm not gonna lie. I was that dumb when I was a kid when I thought that. I was like, so they know what's gonna happen already?
If only we knew, we would have prevented all of this from
You
in America.
There's no such thing as prevention. Anyway, why don't we go ahead and get started with tonight's episode with the Aztec Trials. Sparkly fingers. Once again, people, I'm so sorry. Including me, we are all special.
Everyone's special.
Yay.
Okay. Is it playing? No, it's not. There we go.
Groovy, give me sound.
Welcome back, everybody. So, where we last left off, let's get into tonight. Where we last left off, you guys got to this ruin-like city where you were sent and led to in the hopes of saving your comrades. When you guys got there, it definitely looked like people came through the area with traps that was burnt alive, more traps, burn marks, all scorched up against the walls. You guys eventually made it into this icy-like chamber where at first it wasn't like freezing cold, but there was plenty of ice-like walls with these weird mirrors. And as you guys got close to investigate, you could see almost look like souls as they pressed against the glass. Looks like they were trying to reach out for something. You guys not being able to investigate for too long until at the moment the people you were coming to save started attacking you from the shadows. You guys trying to get your bearings for a second and then managed to start from one side and work your way to the other, clearing out each person without killing them. You guys managing to find this right mirror, which was led by a fire spirit, almost a small inflamed spirit, that led you to the right direction, allowing you to do a weird body swap between what was ever in their bodies and their original souls as they swap places through the mirror. You guys exiting had a lovely conversation. A lot of questions and a lot of pain was brought up about events that happened month ago, weeks ago, days ago, and painful memories that were brought up. When you guys also successfully saving Exulia, or no, sorry, Exulia, from her shadowy rage, you guys, along with her, getting lectured by Sona. After everything was said and done, you all agreed that you wanted to stay together, that you wanted to try to do something that was right this time. Thus, the Soul Hunters were born. After some brief conversations here and there, two members, which was Zoe and I already forgot his name because he was no longer important to me. Accurus, who both went to their respective realms before meeting in front of a Ifiti of enormous stature. He not only held his end of the bargain in filling the details of the cursed jewel that you guys learned before this meeting as the Jewel of Oasis, as he now explained that the jewel was crafted by a titan to bring life and prosperity and water to the Mylan continent. Showed that apparently a group of mortals who came and took it from its temple back to Aztec to give to their king, which led further events to cascade. As he filled his end of the bargain, sending them back on their way, and you guys getting told of this information with possibly just more questions than really answers. You guys set off on your way and splitting the group halfway with some, well, not some, the majority of the party going to Mosrest to try to find information on this war that's being spoken about, this conflict between the North and the South that is happening. While you four, Akuma, Tay, Zoe, and Orisa, alongside Joram, took to the skies as you guys quickly get to Whitspine. As you guys started to get close and in the process of landing, you were met with a weird encounter that was not pursued and by bandits who were lighting what looks like a school on fire and doing weird things that I'm not going to bring up again. You guys took refuge within the town, asking some questions about what's going on, as they said they don't have a clue, as they were trying to hide, and this seems to be going on for a couple of days. So you guys went back to the school to notice the building that is still ablaze, as it's just being wrecked by the fire, but no bandits in sight. But a trail was found, but you guys decided to go into town to try and hopefully find some answers. So where you guys pick up, it is extremely early in the morning. It is dark, and you guys are entering into town, which I think I need to give you guys a new map. That's
New map. Oh
I
no.
knew there.
Map.
Howdy.
Map.
where might you be? There you are indeed. Yeah. There you go. So, you guys are entering in from the south. There doesn't appear to be like any walls, any fortification as you guys are getting closer. It's almost like just buildings upon buildings. It's when you guys landed, you were definitely on the outskirts, and this was more of like little towns that is just barely being sprung on the outskirts of this city. And as you guys are starting to get a little bit closer, you're definitely coming in to the part of this wit spine, and it's just buildings. Some might look like houses, some might look like a shop or two. You're just entering into it. So, what do you guys do?
Oh, yes. Time to get back on the horse, or proverbial horse.
And I will say, like, again, it is your yeah, you will be on day 33, but it's super early in the morning. Like, you're talking about 5-ish, 6, because of your travel that you've done with your eagle form.
Early in the.
Can
So-
you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can
Yep.
do it.
Yes, sir.
Sorry about that.
Alright. What day is it on?
Right, you guys are pretty much entering the city on the 33rd.
Yeah, 33.
But again, it's like 5 to 6 in the morning.
So considering the fucking mayhem out, like that we came to before, I assume that like the shops, there's like bakers and stuff already out and about. Does everyone look normal? Or
Right now, everything seems calm. There's not. Where you guys were entering in this town, like, you saw that school on fire. Even the town kind of looked fine, besides the fact that people were hiding. As you're starting to walk away from that and going into this, it kind of looks the same. It looks like, everything is just closed and people are probably still sleeping. Maybe they might be waking up here in an hour or so. I mean, up here, daylight doesn't come up until like start around 9. So
Oh wow.
about almost 2-ish like hours maybe is when an hour from about 2 hours is when people might start be like getting up and awake.
Well, shall we go check if the library is open at this hour?
Oh, we could try. I mean, it's so early.
I mean, we could go straight to the price, right?
Yeah, might as well. That's what we came here for.
Yeah. Oh gosh. There's gonna be a lot of books, aren't there?
What's wrong with books?
Nothing. It's just I can't read really well, and there's a lot of books I can't read.
Maybe one of
mean-
us could read
I mean,
them
this
for
book's
you.
This book's hard enough as it is.
Indeed.
I mean,
Maybe I can help you with that later. First, we gotta go to the actual library first.
I mean, it's a good
There's
thing
a
that
little-
we have an expert on reading with us, right? Looks at Jura.
He's like he's slightly in and out as he is appearing to be like exhausted. He's ready to. He's just. Yeah.
I had a lovely nap in my lamp. As
Good.
a stretch.
Good for you.
You know, we could take a nap. We were do some research. Why don't you take a nap when we get to the library? I'm sure there's a comfortable chair you can chill in for a bit.
I would rather do the research, but well.
How
And
did
he's
you get away
just
for that?
like he's kind of like falling in and out.
Oh, he just.
I could.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
Well, Zoe can probably carry you if you want.
I don't think so.
I
it's
mean-
like,
I mean, he just woke up from a nap, so Zoe should be refreshed.
I could always turn into a horse and carry you.
I could certainly try.
I mean, again, remember, guys, like you done all your polymorphs and stuff getting here, so you guys
Zoe
haven't
did.
had a long rest or
Even
nothing.
I will-
Polymorph
I will
back.
cast levitate on him and act like I'm picking him up as I cast levitate.
Oh wow! I
I
didn't
rolled
expect
an insight on that.
that.
I can go get an actual d20 if you want.
Nah,
I don't
nah.
have a way to roll at the moment.
I have a metal. one
Actually, I
right
do have a way to roll. I just have to leave disc.
Oh
Inside
god,
of 15.
now.
That
Like
could
my
be
new
better.
metal dice.
what are you trying to insight?
I know.
Is he
Insight.
actually picking him up, or is he?
Actually,
18.
Uh,
Sleight of to seem like I picked him up.
wow.
18 plus whatever my
It-
sleight of hand is, which I think is
It
a three.
looks
or something.
weird because of the fact that you know it looks very effortlessly. But- I mean, it appears that he's picking him up.
Huh.
Interesting.
I would love to see if you keep that going for like an hour or two.
Indeed. That's not how long you can carry him for.
What's the duration on levitate?
Probably like
Uh,
a minute.
10 minutes. 10 minutes, I think.
10 minutes?
You have a ways to go, so I hope you're
Yeah,
good at
10
carrying
minutes.
him.
When it ends, I could always use one of my genie spell slots. No, I already used them both. Didn't I, or did we?
Set him back down.
You should go find a place to sleep first. When people wake up, you go to sleep.
I was about to say, we're not gonna get any research done with him half asleep and. Ugh. I sleep. Yeah.
So,
I guess we go look for an inn-like building.
Alright.
We should probably do that very quickly.
okay.
Within the next 10 minutes, I suppose, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't want Durham falling over onto the floor.
Okay.
Mhm.
Are you
Just
guys? Let's see. If my thing will come up, thank you. Are you guys going towards? Oh, that's not the right one I wanted. I wanted this one. Are you guys going slightly towards West Peak, or do you guys want to get kind of closer, maybe through the cloud field to the library? Depends on.
I think we're just gonna go towards the library, and as we're going through to the library, we're gonna look for an inn.
It's
Fantastic.
almost good to
Like
say.
Delio.
Okay. So as you start to get closer, you do see this is a fairly nice inn. It is a like a 2-story marble building with like a somewhat orange shingles on the roof. It looks like it's has vines that's kind of like covering the walls and the roof, but you know, there's not like it's all snow, so it could be a part of the texture of the building or like a design that they were probably trying to go for. As you guys start to get in there, you can see there are some parts that are almost like it's being showed off. Like you see like a fire pit for like cooking food and stuff, almost like in the middle of the tavern. And you can see there does appear to like to be like an elf who's just like sitting there slowly like stirring like a pot or something like that. Um, and you guys kind of like start to walk around it, and it's fairly lit in here. And again, it looks like really good. Um, as you guys get to the counter, the guy that's doing the stew, he just says, "Oh, she'll be right back. She had to go get something from the back."
Okay.
So as you guys sit there for like just a second, you see a female elf. She is a lot bigger and almost like bulkier than like elves in general. Like
Lady.
if you had to look at somebody and be like, yeah, this person works out, like this is her. She works out.
Nice.
Her skin is dark, with her kind of like black tattoos that are slowly on like kind of like her shoulder that slowly goes down her
Badass lady.
her arms.
Sure.
She does seems to be wearing something of nice like clothing, but the sleeves is like missing from it. So
Got
like
off those packs.
yeah,
Those
like,
elves
Those
there.
price stuff.
like she is just
Right.
and it's weird. You looking at her, and again, it's just from her coming around the corner and coming behind the counter to greet you guys. She, while yes, part of her clothing is like ripped, she looks beautiful. And let's see. She
It's nice to meet you, madame. Might I say you're quite ravishing.
Oh.
thank you. She kind of like does her hair a little bit, her white hair. She's just, thank you. How are you guys doing today? And as she looks about.
Very well.
We're doing quite fine, as I'll set Joram down very gently and release the concentration on levitate once he's on the ground.
she's like, oh, okay. Well, welcome. You guys seem extremely tired. Let's see. And she's like constantly looks like a little bit of shakiness to her, and she's just, rooms. That's right, rooms. Down, picks up a book and places it down. How many are you guys wanting? She's flipping a few.
Probably 3, right? Or
Really?
2? 2? One for the boys, one for the girls?
Sure. Checks out.
I mean, like, I can put an extra bed in there if you guys want, or are you sharing? As she's saying, because there seems to be more girls and there's like one bed in.
The kids might be able to share a bed if they're okay with that.
I'm perfectly fine with that. It's nice and small. This kid was just like, nee.
Sure.
So two rooms then. Okay.
2 rooms.
Grabs one. Nope, not that one. This one. Yeah, this one. She places them on the counter, and she's just that's going to be 5 silver, please.
Oh, 5 silver sounds perfectly reasonable to me.
Sure. I'll get one of my 1120 silver notes.
Thank you, otherwise I'd have to hand her a platinum, it would be.
No, I have
Or-
for
do
some
I have
fucking
platinum or
weird
gold?
ass reason Arissa has 1120 silver pieces. God knows why, but I do.
Silver man.
1100.
You're not the only.
Yeah.
You're not the only one. I have 1166 silver.
I think Teller has a ton of silver as well, but I can't check right now.
Well, you know, it's kind of
Yeah, you got silver.
it's kind of slow at the moment. So
Yeah, I have a lot of silver too.
we got rooms. We got rooms
No.
for days.
Rooms for days.
Days.
I mean, like, you know what I'm gonna do because, fuck it, I can. I'm gonna summon cast detect thought, so she doesn't know what I'm casting a spell. I'm trying to figure out what she's thinking about.
What is she thinking about?
Yeah, right now.
Oh god.
Well, the fact that she did just get very complimented, she's kind of like, it's like, that's just what piped up her day. And
Be like, well, can I touch you?
Uh, a meal's complimentary.
and what other that you get? She's just like it's quickly pushed to the side, and it's almost like a workout routine that's going in her mind. And she's like, all right, like almost like how the day's going to go. Gotta get this going. Gotta get that going. We got to start with this. Got to start with that. So on and so forth.
Gotta start with the tricep, bicep.
I was like, or is this gonna be like, ask her like, how is this, like, there's been weird things happening outside the city, you know anything about that?
Wait, what?
What does her thoughts say when I ask about that?
She's confused.
Uh-huh. I haven't heard about that, like, we see like bandits doing, things that shouldn't be repeated.
One was
Oh.
hugging a tree.
Oh,
It looked a lot more than hugging the tree.
she kind of leans over and like, yo, do you hear anything about this? Mm-mm. And he just kind of goes back stirring the pot.
Well, it seems to be going on for several days, but sure if you guys don't know anything.
I'm sorry. I can't think of anything. Darn.
Can she really not think of anything?
She really can't think of anything. It's like
It's blank.
she
It's just like, how can you be so blank in your head? What's going on?
she's just
She's all muscle.
She's a
She's-
barbarian.
she's
It's
trying to
bizarre.
she's trying to think. She felt like it's like, did I hear something? And it's like she starts to think of something where like there might have been a talk or something about a possible bandits, but it's like at the same time
Right
there,
overhead.
there like never was a lot of like, oh god, there are bandits attacking. It was almost like there's something happening outside. Like I think it's bandits, but like like this isn't like she just can't really quite remember hardly anything.
Okay, I was be like, well, you can start your workout and we'll go take a well-deserved nap.
As you kind of like refocus back to her as you're telling her this, you see she's like going up and down a little bit, and it's like she's kind of behind the counter doing calf raises.
Alright.
She's like working out as talking to you guys. She's just
Well, you can get to it, miss. We'll go crash for the night.
Is the
Okay.
male elf who's stirring the soup, is he as buff as her, or is he just a twig?
he's just a twig. He's definitely clothed a lot more like furs, but it doesn't necessarily look like. I mean, if you really want to like look into it, you can. But he just kind of like his face like then he's just
Like, just for curiosity, because I can switch the focus. What is he thinking about?
Oh gosh, she's doing more.
he's
than-
just he's sitting in his like this and he's just, man, if this turns out crap, this is gonna suck.
Several hours on this.
And this is all he's doing is just stirring it, and he's just like, did I add this? I think I did. Did I get this? I think I did.
Did he forget
Oh,
the
God.
coriander?
He pauses for a second. Okay, yeah, I did add it. He's just
Like, I was just like excited. Good change of pace. Let's go
he's
take a nap.
he's just there. So, anyways, you guys,
Crash for the day.
yeah, you guys head up to your rooms, and I think out of most, compared to this one, I think you guys did stay a night in Thorndale. This kind of has like almost a close vibe to it, but it's like more cozier because of the fact you guys are like in the middle of the snow. But you kind of get the same vibe of like the same materials that probably was used there, so on and so forth.
look, it's like the comforter you had, Tay. Look how cozy it is. Oh, fluffy blankets.
Gosh. I hope Exilia's taking good care of it.
Unlucky, man.
Indeed.
I mean,
That was one of the last things of Sariko.
ah.
Yeah.
Well, that's it. Well, that's it. He's probably gonna get absolutely fucked by the jewel, but sure.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the blanket was from the comforter was from there, so.
I mean, well, I guess one day you can ask for it back, I suppose.
Yeah.
I feel like that'd be awkward though. Be like, hey, it's good to see you. Can I have that back, please?
Oh, no, it's fine. When something belongs to you, it makes sense to get it back. Especially if you really like it.
I mean, if you don't want it to be weird, I can like force you to give it back, but you know, that's another thing completely.
We can always get you a new one. Maybe one that's even better.
Well, that's probably a good
fine.
idea. My bedroll is covered in dry blood still.
Indeed.
Is it? Did I never clean it?
I don't think anybody took the time.
There's,
I mean,
there's
if
at
you
least
if you
three
want to
people in
say
custody.
during all of this traveling time, like somebody finally like looked at him like that needs to be like fucking washed.
like as I say, it's like put it out here, like put your bedroll out here.
Yeah, let's clean it. Clean.
It's
I guess-
covered.
As I look at it, it's like, oh.
Like
You
Again,
must
it
be
was-
doing this.
it was like covered up with Exuria too, so all the blood and like sweat that was going through that time, like all of everything. If Tay going from hot to cold, cold to hot, and just it's almost like when you decide to like take a shower when you get out, you use the comforter to dry off, and then you lay in the comforter to go to sleep.
I was gonna say, it's actually. Have you ever seen a starch shirt? How they're like really stiff. It's like that, where you like could just hold it straight out and it just stays flat.
Probably. It's there's parts of it. There's parts of it where if you were to like fling it out, parts of it would probably break off. I won't lie to
I
you.
mean, I didn't think it was that big of a deal. I thought it, I
No,
thought everyone's
cleanliness
bedrolls looked like that.
Tay, this is probably something we all should teach you. Cleanliness is important. Very, very, very important. You want to smell nice and feel good, stay clean. I can even help you with that if you want.
I mean,
Just prestidigitation everything.
Let's do a double one because this record seems like it needs the double one. We're doing double.
As Akuma rolls up her sleeves, time to get the clean.
So
So much
as you guys getting into your respective areas and
I don't get this
taking
weird
the time to deal with some cleanliness to get things back up and going. Anybody doing?
Nothing particular.
Just talking to Tay, probably.
Okay.
Since I was already asleep in the lamp based on story, I'll just take a short rest and keep watch.
Okay. So as you all, getting your sleep,
Wow, this is what a clean bedroll
I
looks
would like
I forgot what it looks
everybody
like.
to go deaf besides Akuma.
Oh,
Ooh.
I don't see how to do that on this.
I
Like,
can make
give me a
that
second.
happen.
I can also. make it
Okay.
happen.
Leroy, take care of it for me.
deafen him. We'll
There you
just
go.
deafen him. Yeah, that works.
Deaf and mute.
Just make sure you tell him that he's been deafened and shit.
Okay. Akuma, hi.
Hey, yo.
So, during your sleep,
Hmm.
you kind of toss and turn a little bit. It's one of those where you're not necessarily having like a nightmare, but it's not a good dream either. As you are tossing and turning, you kind of like wake up. Like, you know how one of those, as you're sleeping, you just kind of like shoot up?
Yeah.
But when you do, like, it's pitch black. It's total darkness.
Bad sleep. Mm.
Do you say or do anything?
So I guess I'm like kind of somewhat sitting there on the ground, probably because
You don't know? Like, at this
Yeah,
moment, it's
sitting.
almost like you're just. Everything is darkness. Like, even if you look under you, it's just like it's darkness. So it's like. It feels like you're, like, sitting up, like you're sitting on something. But at the same time, it's just darkness. So you don't. Like, you can't tell if you're sitting on something.
Well, can I feel anything on my feet?
Sure. Like, if you want to start to get up and stand up, then yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you do that?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, okay. So as you do, and just kind of, and it's not like you're like, this is something scary to you, as this has happened multiple times, way before even getting apart with the guild.
Just a dark space of emptiness.
As
Everyone
you
knows she hates darkness.
as you stand there, you do hear this very familiar voice once again, as it's, "Hello, my child.
Hmm.
It seems you are coming far."
Yeah. I did actually have a question for you, if you don't mind.
Please ask away.
I wanted to know if you were part of that entity that's, well, kind of attacking everyone and attaching themselves. Not to offend you.
You
or anything.
talking about the one that's got your friend?
Hmm. Yes, that one.
No. He is of another, a lesser being than I,
Whoa.
but
So,
has the same power to do this.
is a lesser being to the snake. Interesting.
I have a question for you.
Oh?
You are journeying quite far. You are becoming something that you're not aware of. And I'm here to find out what you truly want.
Oh.
Do you feel and almost hear like something is moving along the ground. You can feel it almost brushing by you, but when you look, it's like you don't see anything. But you hear this voice as like it's right here, and as it's the sound that you hear that's like moving along the ground, it's like the voice that you're talking to is moving with it. It's just you don't see anything. Do you truly want to know where you've come from? Do you truly want to know of your family? Or, and like as you hear the rotation of sounds, do you want to be set free? To never know of your true family, and to be free of all your burdens? I want you to think about it. And as you think, the time will come up. And when it does, that is when I need an answer.
Yeah, I'll definitely think about it.
But fear not, my child. I give you these options because I care. And you kind of just like shake awake a little bit as Tay is like trying to just wake you up as it is when everybody wakes up. So, everyone come back. Come back. Okay. So, besides one person who is still deafened,
We need to undeafen the clay
well,
and Tay.
No, I was muted.
no,
I
no,
wasn't
it's
deafened.
Cole who was deafened still.
Yeah.
Anyway, so you all wake up.
Sorry,
It is still the 33rd. It's just, we'll say, let's see. Depends. I'll say it is definitely later in the day. You guys, as you kind of wake up, as it's kind of awkward and weird, you guys not necessarily getting the full length of sleep, but still counted as a long rest. But you're just not getting the full length of sleep as some of you are just not quite used to trying to sleep during daylight. But
So
you,
if we went to sleep at like 6 a.m., is it now like noonish, lunchtime?
yeah, it's pushing around that time. Yes, it's about I'll give it somewhere between like 12:30 to kind of like 1. That like when people are kind of like waking up and just, when you do, you just like sit there and you're like, I want to sleep, but the sun, blast the sun.
Oh,
So
you mean like
Yes.
my every Sunday? What are you talking about?
yes.
I know exactly the feeling that we're feeling right now.
So you guys are groggy away, probably not like extreme moody, but just one of those like you would rather go back to sleep, but you got work to do.
Work.
So
Well, better get cracking.
Maybe the soup's ready for lunch.
I don't know. I mean, it's probably cold by now, but you can certainly try.
Maybe I could just go back to
I mean,
I've
depends on
had
how long
worse.
he cooks it for.
It can't be that.
I mean,
I've had
yeah.
worse.
And,
It can't be that bad.
I mean, we can always magically reheat it, right?
I prestidigitation the air around Orissa and just make it warm.
there's parts of it that feels warm.
Weird.
Like a 1-foot cube. Just randomly on her shoulder or something.
That feels even weirder than it already is. Anyway. Shall we get cracking? See how our workout lady is doing.
Indeed.
She's very intent of having like a really rigid schedule every day. It was very impressive, to be honest. Like, wouldn't be able to work out that much, let alone eat that much, required to be that buff.
And it's like it wasn't just the workout schedule, it was like obviously daily plans of running, the business and stuff, but at the same time it's like she had figured out how to squeeze workouts, and it's like there was more, like there was no free time. It's like this
Yeah.
was it.
Yeah, I mean, you do you,
So
right? Oh,
you guys rank up and reconvene with each other, going downstairs. Up to you guys. I will say with a little bit of talking to the person at the bar, which is not the same woman. You actually see, they kind of point out like right out the window, and you see like she's legit like 2 barrels. You don't know if there's anything in there, but she's legitly just bench pressing them or like doing squats with them on as she's holding them on their back. Um, but they say, the pot in the middle is just if somebody wanted to cook something their own, it's there. We also we don't have a kitchen, but there's plenty of places to eat around. So
Stew.
Look at those barrels, huh?
Ah, I wonder if
Yeah,
they're
who knows?
empty or full.
it's, it's like, oh no, they're full, all right. I can tell you that. She usually fills them up with water, lets them freeze at night, and then she starts her workout with them.
Oh wow,
I mean,
she's really into working out. Impressive,
She's very committed.
indeed.
sure.
That's not a bad thing. I
Talking about
suppose.
commitment, we also have commitments.
Anyways, I want to say you guys only paid for one night at the moment, so
Yeah.
Uh,
Come back and pay for more if we need to.
yeah. So
Well, technically, we haven't even stayed for the night yet. We only.
Stay
Been
for
here
like
during the day.
technically, you're not wrong.
Yeah, so we could always come back later.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah.
So as you
Seems
guys
funny.
as you guys walk out into the town or out of the building, it's hustle and bustle. There's people everywhere just walking. You can hear a couple of sounds of what could possibly be maybe a blacksmith. It's like a very vibrant city, even though it's in the midst of this winter. There's not like a lot of trees, if hardly at all, within the city, but as some do kind of surround it on parts of the outskirts. But like this is very heavy in traffic. Like there's just people back and forth. It seems like the roads are almost like they don't even have to be taken care of in terms of like shoveling snow or anything, because there's just this many people pushing it down in a way, and like just normal walks just dealing with it naturally. So yeah, you guys are free. What do you do?
We're gonna beeline towards where we need to go.
You
You guys are heading to. Did I put it in here? Did I
At the
get-
Celestial Library.
Yeah. Just trying to see if I even put it on my thing, because I actually don't think I put it on.
Is
That's
there
okay.
any food vendors as we're walking by?
Oh, there's tons. And it's like there's not like restaurants per se. It's more of it's more of there might be one or two person. Think of yeah, it's just like one or two person who has like a very small kitchen as they cook something, and there's like about 4 or 5 seats in front of them, and not that's it. And there's like a ton of them, so there's like plenty of options to choose from.
Oh no, there's too many options and I want them all.
Get them all then. Let's do it.
There is some that like smell great, some that's like you never smelt before, but it's
Spicy smell.
and it's just and it's not like a row of these vendors. It's just like sporadically, but because of how populated, it's not that hard to run in a few of them with every couple of steps. So
Do I smell anything familiar to me?
Food.
Oh,
You smell food.
you can make a perception check.
I
I'm
shouldn't
just gonna
have.
hit the first. I'll just hit the first vendor I see. and
A
get food.
physical set of dice if we have a break.
Your camera's off.
I rolled a 9. Switch gaps.
It's been a long while.
Oh,
So
wow.
It's been a while.
Been like 1,000 years since I last was home.
technically,
Technically only a week.
so, but yeah,
Well, even without that, it's been at least 28 days.
You know what
since-
place we should be looking for? We should be looking for a place where there's like an old lady who's selling tacos. That's what I'm looking for. Like an old lady that's selling tacos.
Those are
Oh.
always the best places.
Exactly.
Is
You
it a
wa-
taco? What's a taco?
And it has to look very sketchy. Those are the most authentic.
Exactly.
Taco?
And you happen to see like possibly clothing from people, and you're just wondering if it's made from them or not, or no.
That's probably a stretch too, one step too far.
Yeah, maybe. You want it to be looking like it's kind of falling apart, but being held together just barely. An old person has to look like they are also falling apart, but being held together just barely.
Why?
That's how you know it's a super authentic place, right?
Exactly.
I was just gonna hit the first vendor I see.
No, we're gonna look for quality.
No, you have to look for.
quality.
Okay.
Experience. We're looking for experience.
Go ahead and roll either a perception or investigation.
Oh, I rolled my metal die and I rolled a 19 on the die, which is a 27 for me. If you allow it.
Yeah.
I can roll it.
That's fine. I'll trust you.
Investigation.
Hey, but my first roll on my metal dice and it rolled really good. I like it already.
Nice. No dice jail for you.
You can stay out here.
I'll say
Nice deal.
kind of just like walking around, and you might stop like a person on the side of the road every now and then. It's just like, is there somebody selling tacos? I'm like, oh yeah, there's a couple this way, there's some that way, and like, is it an old lady selling tacos? Oh yeah.
One.
We want the most authentic taco place.
Yeah. With that, Akuma, with that intimidation, they're like, oh, over there, and you guys are eased quite quickly, led to a like an old lady. It's kind of like more of there's not like really much. A lot of these buildings are almost like side by side, each one. She decided to use that space and make it even smaller. So now she has like 3 tables, right? That can sit at a bar, and she has the open in the back. And it's like the roof, kind of like a I can't think of the word, a gazebo in a way.
Yeah.
And she has the food in the middle, and there is a couple of people, like there's like one chair that's empty. Those people like are sitting there waiting for her, and she's legitly making tacos.
Is that a taco? Is that what
Yes,
they
that's a
look like?
taco.
Taco, by the way. You guys been talking about it for.
Yeah.
Like you have like this little sort of like flatbread kind of deal, but it's not made from wheat. It's made from corn, and then you put like meat and vegetables and sauce on it. The sauce is very important. They call it salsa. It's very very important. It's like you have like different
What's
colors of it,
salsa?
and
I like
You-
mine
you-
mild, but you might want to get yours hot, Tay.
yeah.
Okay.
Actually, you should.
So
get yours
I don't know if
hot
you.
as it will come. You should
So
ask.
I don't think you know exactly what salsa is. This wasn't around back then.
Okay.
Shit.
Are you
Shit.
telling me that in my culture they don't have tacos?
They don't have. They don't have salsa. Now there
In
is.
the place where I originally came from. They
No,
don't. Okay.
they don't.
Unlucky.
Where you originally came from, no.
Okay.
Unlucky.
So,
Well, let's go get some tacos from the old lady.
okay. As you guys head there, and like you, whoever wants to take that one seat, you can. But it's kind of like you guys are just like surrounding that one seat.
Jordan can have the seat. He needs it.
He's just,
It
oh,
looks like he's
thank you. And he goes and sits down. And he's just, excuse me. And she just like a finger up as hold on, and she's still making tacos with the other hand and like mixing stuff. She's by herself, and after she puts it on a plate and hands it over to this other person, she looks over and like walks like a step, not even getting close. It's just like, again, she's in the center, and she wants to remain close to all her food and stuff, and she just stares. And he's, what do we want?
Taco.
Tacos.
Called
Do-
taco. Yeah.
Taco.
Do,
Can-
like, are they like, do they look like the small kind of taco, or are they like the big ones? Which type of tacos is she serving?
Kind of depends. It seems like for a lot of other people at the moment, it's like just a decently, decent small.
Yeah.
I was like, I watched like a
yeah,
bunch of
hungry
videos
too.
recently. There's like at least 12 different types. So
Oh no.
We've come from
This-
far away to taste your
Uh,
exquisite delicacy. The
She's
taco.
not saying anything, and it's just
special 5 times.
and
Oh.
just goes into making all of this. And I would just say this: if you guys are wanting anything added, you just kind of like, can I have this or can I have this? And it's like she's like she's like a little bit of shaking, but like it's almost no response. Like she says yes or no, but you see where she adds like one thing to one thing, like she's doing it.
Everything that you have, like whatever food combinations you have, put on it. Like, can I get 3 of those?
So she makes all of this and puts it in front of you guys, and it's like kind of like a slab with like little V kind of holes, and they're just sitting in each one, which is kind of cool. It's holding it together. And she puts another one up to complete the rest of your order. And she doesn't stare at you guys like she's expecting money, but she's looking for the next person.
Oh, I'll just. How much would this cost? I don't know. Or she just gives her gold. That would check out probably.
It's up to
I
you
mean,
guys.
something like this probably costs like a couple silver for 5 of
Yeah,
them.
exactly.
It is up to you guys on what you think. Once she's done, she's going to she
Like,
instantly
what's more
looks.
expensive?
She instantly
2
looks at the
hotel
next
rooms or
person.
5 tacos.
I mean, I know that they're dirt. I know that they're dirt cheap, but I was just like, you know what? This old lady needs it to give her gold. Let's enjoy our
Give her
tacos.
10 gold.
No,
And then she like scoops it into this drawer
that's a bit
full of
excessive.
platinum and gold.
But see, here's the thing: you even put the gold on the counter or just the bar, like closer to her. And as you guys, being mesmerized by her and how like old and like kind of like shriveled and small she is, she's just doing all of this. And you kind of look around and you see where there's people pushing, almost like they put it at the end of the counter and they kind of push it off. And it's not like are they putting money like on the ground? Like, are they throwing it on the ground? But then you notice there's a little bit of netting on the other side of it, and it's kind of slightly lopsided where there's tons of like money, and it looks like
gold, platinum, silver.
it's just where you could, like, if any of you guys like leaned over and looked, it's a net that would catch anything that was pushed off, and it's just
Wow,
full of
we
money.
don't have Alistair here.
Nah, it's a good thing she's not there.
I feel like the old lady's passive perception is much higher than Alistair could roll on.
Old lady perception. Anyway, let's enjoy our
I mean,
tacos and belly's full. Let's go read some books.
First off, I just want to say I hate you guys. Now I want tacos.
I had
Yeah,
tacos
same
yesterday.
I am
Yeah.
seriously going to murder all of you because now I don't
I
have
could go
tacos.
get
That's
leftovers.
my fault again.
Tacos too.
I
was
could go
like,
get leftovers from yesterday and eat them right here in front of you if you wanted, Joseph.
You
Should
will
I kill
instantly
Bro?
be killed. Like you just had a heart attack and died. I swear. Okay.
Test the DM.
Okay.
Probably not.
So you guys, it's almost like it's not hard to follow a path towards the library. It stands out quite easily, and there's even signs that's kind of always guiding people to the library. When you get there, this is the only place that you see walls, and it's not walls surrounding like this castle, like how think of in Exolius, where a wall surrounds the castle and there's enough room for other buildings. This wall is just slightly big enough to just withstand the castle alone. It definitely looks ruined. It has like 7 narrow, rounded like towers, kind of more on the back side of. If you guys are looking this way, it's kind of more on the back side of it, um, and you see maybe one or two, and you can see just like tiny little slots in all of them, but you don't see anything like of a guard presence. You don't see guards around this. Like you can walk right through. You don't see guards at the door. Like there's nothing. You do see guards that walked around as you guys were traveling and going to the library. But anyways, as you guys were starting to get closer, you could see like these in some places like these grand windows that were kind of like scattered slightly amongst the walls that are very symmetrical patterns. Yeah, and you can see the door that you guys are going to enter into. It's not huge. It's not like gigantic, but it's probably like somewhere between we could probably say about 10, like 10-foot tall wooden like doors, and these doors appear to be like a solid reinforced door, like probably using some of the trees around here. Like you might have a better chance maybe going through the wall than the door. Okay, so as you guys enter in, you are instantly felt a temperature change. As you guys walk in and shutting the door behind you, it's almost like a giant waiting room. You can see a desk that is slightly higher, so pretty much where most of an average height, you would be about as tall as the desk. The desk though is not levitated, but elevated up. Looks like it was built on a platform. You do see kind of like a dark. Yeah, some of you maybe. I would say maybe Arissa, and I think just Arissa. You might would have known this is a drow, as he's sitting there writing. You see, okay, he has no hair. You don't even see hair like on his eyebrows. Every now and then you catch a glimpse of his face, but you do see kind of looks like tiny sapphire like earrings on his ears, and as he's just looks like he's writing away at something. Next to him, you can see another door that seems to be of normal height, but it also seems with that like heavy reinforced look. In here, it's there. Where you saw like windows on the outside, when you enter into this room, there is no windows. It's just a solid, heavy stone with a little bit of details, kind of like instead of just like the ceiling and the roof, it's kind of like, or the ceiling and the wall, it's kind of like curves a little bit. There's designs in here, but it's almost plain. Like there's no decorations. There's not like a carpet or anything. It's just plain.
It's just him at the desk, nothing else.
Yeah, it's like when you walk in, there's a few places where like torches are kind of like held, but it's legitly just him at the desk and it's just writing away. That's like the only object and the only person in this room.
Alright, I guess I'll approach him. Does he react when we get closer? Does he just keeps on writing?
He keeps on writing.
Like Ursa, just speak up and say, "Sorry, sir. We traveled from far away, and this was told to be the place to do research.
You hear in your mind. He's continuously writing, but you hear in your mind. Looking at something. Okay. Yes, this is the place.
Do we need permission? How? No one has explained this to us.
He looks and he kind of stops for a second, looks at all of you, and when he sees Akuma, he just locks eyes. Like he almost gets enraged, serious. Nobody else can hear this, but Akuma, you hear in your mind. You listen to me. If I hear a single thing that you are doing in there, if you mess up a single book, if you even utter one negative word in this library, I, so help me, will annihilate you, plaster you on this wall. Like, he is grilling the shit out of you.
I'm probably about to cry. Like her.
Everybody else, like, you just see he's enraged, staring at her, and she's just, like, getting scared. And then, like, I'll say, like, kind of, like, within a minute, like, Arissa, you kind of, like, excuse me? And then he stops, and then looks back at you, and his face kind of lightens up a little bit, and he's, apologies, as he goes back to writing. But, again, you hear this in your head. Let me write down the rules, and you all hear this. There is no fire. We will grant you a shaded lantern. This is the only light source you may use. There is no magic of any kind prohibited within this library. Everything you see here is library owned. If you would like a book, you may request one and purchase it, and we will make a copy for you. Do not damage any of the books. Do not damage any of the product, or you may be held liable. And it's just like, that's it. You may be held liable.
I should just stay outside.
Maybe really good we didn't bring Alistar to this place. Really, really good.
I mean, or it would have been like the one place that would have been her downfall.
Like, she would have taken a book and... Yeah.
Yeah, I mean.
Or tried to steal chocolate from behind the counter and...
I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
Well, no magic. Well, that's not an issue.
Does that entail effects that are currently up?
He looks up and stares at you, and you can hear in your mind. Not sure why you're hiding. I don't care. I saw you the second you walked in.
Ooh.
But regardless, keep it to a minimum to nothing. And but again, as you guys were having this conversation and hearing like the tones and changes, while it seems like he's getting very frustrated, his physical is just constantly writing. It's not like he was writing faster when you heard like moments of anger. It's just a constant steady of writing.
Sounds good to me, thank you.
I mean, if you're scared, you can go back and hang out with the workout lady whilst you go do research. I don't know if you want to do something like that.
I guess, but I don't feel. Who looks back up there? I don't think he likes me for some reason.
I mean, he seemed a bit
He got a
upset.
little angry.
I don't know why, but.
Don't either. I'm so confused.
Well, he
I-
seems to not like fire, and tieflings are normally associated with fire, so...
Make you feel better. I'm more towards cold than fire.
You don't hear anything from him.
I didn't think I'd get a response.
Maybe tieflings have come and burned this place down in the past?
Maybe if that's.
You
the
hear,
reason.
in your mind, nobody has ever been able to burn down this place.
That sounds like a challenge, and I kind of want to take it, but at the same time, I know that's not a good idea.
You hear in your mind, and you see like he's looking down, but you see the pen, like his writing utensil stop, and you just hear, "I dare you."
That genuinely, like, that doesn't make me not want to do it anymore.
And then
I
he
won't,
starts to
I won't, I
go
promise I
back
won't.
writing.
Anyway, having had our fun here, let's go to work. If you want to stay here in the lobby, you can stay in the lobby. If you want to go back. If you want to go with us, you can go with us. It's up to you, Kuma.
I guess I'll go in there. I just can't talk, apparently.
Yeah, just don't talk to him.
As you all start to go in Akuma, you're kind of like starting, like, you almost broke eye contact to go in, and you swear for, like, as you were breaking your eye contact, you see like a solid, his head's this way as the door's like over here, and you almost like a 180 just stare at you, like, you probably, like, as you looked away and saw that, you kind of like jumped and freaked and
Gross.
you hurry, like, pushing everybody, like, let me in.
Jeez.
What the fuck? What have you done, Akuma? It's like, I don't understand.
Kind of verbally attacked me for some reason.
I guess I have to ask you at some point why, because it's kind of interesting. Not gonna
as you guys get in, you can see remnants of, like, the wall itself being like of a castle. But in here, you see nothing but like rows upon rows of books. You can see an upper level. You can, like, there's a little slat in between the sides, and you can see what appears to be more rows and rows of books. The lighting is extremely dim, just enough for commoners to be able to see. As you guys walk in, you guys, well, before you guys would have walked in, there was shaded like lanterns on the next, like, as you were walking by the desk to go in, there was like shaded lanterns right next to them, and so you guys picked those up. Whoever needs them. Some of you who have dark vision tends to be fine, but, you know, Arissa, if you wanted to pick one up, you could. But it is extremely dim lighted. There's not a single lit torch. Like, any light source that you see is not only encased, but then sheathed, like, by a blanket. And so, it's whatever light they have, it has to be somewhat kind of strong enough to kind of get out, but it's just heavily densed up. So, you guys, just walking in, and it looks beautiful, though. As you guys kind of step down from the little steps, you can see, you know, why don't I just, to get some sort of inkling idea, let's go here.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
What does it look like? I cannot see.
You can see and
It's like,
I cannot see it.
oh boy.
So,
Whoa, look
layout of library,
yeah.
like bookshelves.
you can see to the top is kind of like the counter where there does appear, think of Skyrim robes, where their heads kind of covered. It's just like a giant grayish black robe. As you can tell, they appear to be gently and slowly working or making notes of something. And there's, yeah.
Where would we start?
You guys are pretty much like up here. This is the steps as you guys were like, yeah, this is where you guys were coming out. This is where that door was to the lobby. You don't have to put your token there, but this is where you guys were coming out. These that you see is like tables.
Battle in the library.
These are actually staircases that go upwards. It, for a library that built itself into a castle, and hearing that this is the place, if you have any questions, that this is the place for answers, just looking at it, you could almost find out an answer like this is why this is like the place to find answers. This place is not only elegant and beautiful, but like it's just massive. And you can only assume if you were able to travel the rest of the castle, like it's probably continuous of books and books and more books.
Is anyone familiar with how a library is laid out?
Yes, yes.
I mean, it changes on every library, but the easiest
Don't
way
they all use the Dewey Decimal System?
I don't know. what
No.
that is.
No.
I know what you're
I
talking
don't
about.
think that exists in D&D, but
Well, I didn't want to do that because I know exactly what you're talking about. So no.
Joseph, you didn't study the Dewey Decimal System just in case one of us would pull it out.
I'm the DM and I can tell you no. I don't have to pull nothing out.
Marissa, please start
Yes.
for information we are looking for.
I mean, the thing what we're looking for is the shadowy entity that's responsible for the crusade and responsible for this
Oh,
shit
Well-
show.
How high up are the shelves?
The way I imagine it's almost like you have about 4 to 5 rows of books on each shelving unit, and so just imagine like for like each coil, because each of these are 3, that if you had to break it up like that, there's like 15 separate columns for all of these whatever books they have. So there's a shit ton. So like just for an example, for like you see for column A, like this is stuff that starts with a book with column A, and then so on and so forth. So like this is for B and blah blah blah.
mm.
So it is
Is it?
like it's just massive.
So would that
Hmm.
be in dark entities or evil spirits?
God.
I was going to go to G and start looking there. I was actually
guess
thinking a similar
God-
thought. Definitely wasn't going to look for a book that said genie. I was going to look for one that said gods. Yes.
I mean, God's genius adjacent, right?
Yes.
They all have power.
Similar.
Real strong.
I mean, like, we could look like gods, demigods. divine.
Maybe this thing was associated with the Crusades. Maybe
Yeah.
someone could also look and see.
I could look there. I
And
guess.
just so you guys can see for the
See?
upstairs.
Jimmy sees. No.
there's like
no,
the
that's
upstairs.
weird. Oh, is there? Oh, it's a good thing we're not going
So
to the
let's just
upstairs,
people,
likely.
so are there like people who actually work here around?
And maybe we
You-
could look in C for Crusade, G for God, and maybe D for
There
deity.
is definitely people that you can assume, as you do see a bunch of like one could say just normal people, right, who looks like they're looking at shelves as you guys are slowly kind of like looking around, as you're just looking at everything. You see tons of normal people, but you do kind of constantly see the people in gray robes, and it's the same one that the guy in the front was wearing. Except he just did not have the hood up; his was down. You see some that appear to be walking with like a lantern that's slightly danged off a chain. Now they're not like swinging it; it's almost like as they walk, it's keeping a steady, just not moving with zero slack. It's just a constant. But they're walking very slow. They appear to be just observing. There's some, like, again, that was behind the counter. Looks like they were writing something. Not necessarily, deep into writing, but at least have a book, slightly write something, and just...
You know what it is like, guys? So you know when you have, like, you can be in a store. Say you're like in a store and you're looking for something, and it takes you forever to find it. But then you have people who work there, you know exactly where things are. So that's,
Good idea. Let us know.
I mean, so what we're looking for is that entity that was behind the crusade, the shadowy entity. What we're also looking for is what that emblem means that Lily put on us. What does that have associated?
Should
with
we
it?
also look for the
And then-
thingy that we need to look for a little further ahead?
Oh, you mean that thing that
The
you're
one
all
that we
talking
shouldn't talk about?
I guess you have to
Joram just kind of like... Yes, and it's like when he kind of snapped his fingers, like, you saw somebody's, like, head slowly turns, and he's...
Quiet.
Sorry. And
Sure.
the head just slowly turns away, and he just continues
I'll
on. He's
go
like...
with- since that's kind of in my jurisdiction, I'll just go with Jerome and we'll go look for information about that, I guess. It's kind of secret, so I guess just.
Right. I
I'm
think the section was back this
If-
way.
If possible, maybe we could write it on a piece of paper. I feel like that might be harder for someone to see if they were trying to look in on us.
I'll see what I can do. And him and Akuma head off into one of the directions. The other
Yeah, well-
three, what are you guys doing?
Is we go look for the entity responsible for the crusade.
Okay. Were you asking first, or were you
I mean,
just?
if I can, I'm gonna ask first. And then
I
be
mean,
like,
yeah, you could
Why
easily go up to one. I was just wanted to like, were you guys going straight there? If you was going to ask somebody, since you brought it up.
Yeah, I'm just gonna ask someone.
Why don't you two team up and I'll go look on my own?
Okay.
Sure, as like I was like, sure, you probably have your own things to look at. I don't judge.
Okay. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Sure enough. Arissa, you kind of walk to one of the closest row figures, and you just, excuse me, and you see he turns his head, and as he kind of lifts his face, you can see a male elf. You can see like little parts of a brownish, like wavy, like hair with his little brown mustache. One of the key features, though, that you definitely notice is his right eye is like not only closed, but it's like scarred in a way, like heavy scarred. And his other eye, his pupil is weird. It's kind of like his pupil almost looks like a sun.
Cool.
But as he looks to you, and he's just, yes, what can I help you with?
We're looking for anything you have on a shadowy entity that we presume was behind the crusade.
A shadow entity behind the crusade.
Well, it could be the thing they worshipped. I don't know, did they worship a god in those times?
Well, we've had plenty of, I think, shadow entities that you can go look at. There might be some in the S's. There might be some in the E's.
It seems that this one is one that seems to be trying to corrupt people to fulfill their desires, particularly. As in, for example, crusades,
If
hatred towards other races, hatred towards person. Like, I feel hatred, that seems to be a reoccurring theme. Fighting. That's the sort of entity we're looking at.
it sounds maybe of like a god.
Hmm.
There might be some I can show you. And he just slowly turns in the other direction. It's not like a minute has gone by and you probably took 2 steps. No. It's he has a very calm walk, and it's just like, imagine a normal walking pace, just slightly slower, but it's not a pale snace. It's not a
A
snail's
pale
pace.
snace.
Yeah,
Pale snace.
I heard that in my head
Pale
too.
snace.
It's not a snail's pace. I-
Pale snake.
I don't know if I need to DM, guys.
I'm sorry, Joseph.
I know. I was trying to figure it in my head too, and continue talking. I'm like, wait, what?
I'm just like, I heard it and I was just like,
No. I'm just
my
special.
immersion
sounds about
has
right.
been ruined.
But even at a normal, in a sense though, at a normal pace, for like you, Arissa, who has like your hair down and stuff, like you can feel like just as you walk, your hair, slightly go off, like, but his lantern is perfectly still, and it's kind of like, that's impressive. But anyways, he leads you to the section, and one of the sections you do see Zoe, who's just kind of like looks like he's looking for something. Um, so Akuma and Joram, you're trying to find information on the staff, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Go ahead and roll an investigation.
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 Wait.
Investigation.
What am I doing?
Boop. That could be better.
Da, da, da.
I can physically not roll under an 8.
That's awesome.
You and Joram, he once you guys kind of got to this section, and he's oh god, there's a lot of books in here. I guess just let's pick a spot and look. And as you guys start to go through, they're not in like in a weird alphabetical order, like D A and then like at the end D Z. It's just this is books that starts with D. And so you guys are legitly just scamming through each individual book to see if it has anything similar.
Do they start with D as in their title starts with D, or the first word in the book starts with D? Because there's a big difference.
It's kind of more. The way I'm going to look at this is the title, because books are interesting.
Because if it was the first word, well, either way, I was going to say if it's the first word within the book, there's probably a lot in the T section where it's like the.
Nah, I could tell you, if the book title started with the, like, the Skyrim, like, no, it would be just Skyrim.
Well, it would be more like the Elder Scrolls.
Well, it would be the Shut Up.
Please shut up. Would that be
In
under
fact, the Elder
E
Scrolls
or the
5
S?
Skyrim.
But it's just they took out what would be a basic word that probably a lot of books would have, as I even like if it's just the first word of the title. So if you're looking for dragon, this is definitely it. If you're looking for how to make a good root beer, like it's in the R's for root beer, or H for how.
Well, it would
whatever.
probably be under S for sassafras, since root beer used to be made out of sassafras root.
Anyways, so y'all two are looking. Zoe, if you want to make an investigation on whatever you might be looking for.
I was actually going to approach one of the gray figures.
Gray?
If I
Okay.
see another. Well, the
Uh,
ones in the gray robes, right? That's what Joseph said.
okay, 1 second. I have each of them. Oh, okay. Interesting. You walk to another one who's kind of like in the more farther back end of the library, and this one is like a 6'4" tall creature. I think taller than you. And
I think I'm like 6'2" or something.
okay, not too bad then.
We're about the same height.
Okay, yeah. You get her attention, and you see as her face looks over to you, kind of like the nose slightly pushed in a little bit of a hobgoblin, who has like a blue face paint of like stripes patterned across the face. You can see just small bits of like silver like hair that's kind of like short that you could just barely see underneath. As she just slightly looks to you, and you can see like a little scar that's kind of on her cheek, and looks like it's healed probably for a long time now. And she looks to you. Yes, what can I help you with?
I was wondering if you had any information on a temple in Mila, something that might have contained an item called the Jewel of Oasis.
You see that she kind of like squints a little bit. Sorry, I was trying to think of myself. She kind of like squints slightly, and it's like probably she's trying to think. So you're looking for a book of Mila
Of
or
a
a
temple in
temple?
Mila. Yes, it would have contained something called the Jewel of Oasis. I don't know if it would be better to look under Jewel for Jewel of Oasis or under Temple or
Hmm. Let me see. Um. She kind of stop and like she puts her head down for a second, like, and as she kind of like lifts her head back up.
I believe the temple would have been dedicated to like a titan. Is that the right word? I don't have my notes available.
Um, if you're looking for a book containing about gods and their temples, there is a section for that in the G. I can be more than happily to show you.
Thank you.
But if you're looking for a book about a jewel, we might have books about jewelry. I do not know if it would contain of something, as I have never heard of that before.
I think this jewel would be more likely to be related to the gods than to regular jewelry.
We can start first in one section and work our way to. Does that sound?
Thank you. That'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
She does kind of like, just a slight bow, and she's. It would be a pleasure, and just starts guiding you, also walking at this type of pace. Um,
Can I see if I find somebody?
yeah, sure.
Uh, 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 First person I see that has the same thing, lantern thingy, and looks like they work here.
Okay, 1 second. I like this one. Okay. So yeah, as you guys definitely just pretty much scattered about, you just start to approach this one, and you see who would be an even taller individual, who seems to be kind of like just standing like kind of like against the wall. And as you kind of approach to get her attention, you could already see parts of her face. She looks young, but you can see like brown eyes as they stare back at you through the black scales as the dragonborn slightly leans down. What may I do for you, little one?
I was wondering if there's anything about titans or and something that easy to read, I guess. Titans, I guess, or yeah,
I can
that.
definitely show you a place where Titans. You said easy to read. Do you have difficulties?
Yes,
Do you read often, little one?
well, I try to. My friends help me.
I see. First off, congratulations. I am glad that such a little goblin as yourself has not many showy quite intelligence as you have. And niceness. How about we go look and see if we can find something for you? And maybe I can help you find another book to help you continue on your track of learning.
Thank you.
As she kind of stands up and as she lets go and just hold the lantern with one hand, she actually just puts her hand down to kind of hold your hand.
Okay, I guess this is how all libraries work, so sure.
As probably anybody or two would almost notice this. Besides Tay, it's like she's guiding a little kid around. So, um, so Arissa then, as the first team is still looking for their book, you are led to an area that has like sections, and the guy gestures to you. I'm like trying to make sure I get all of the voices. um, these are the only things that I believe we have. You know, and like he's kind of mumbles a little bit, but he picks up a little bit with his tone. I'm sorry that this selection is very limited.
I feel like whatever our main objective is supposed to be limited.
So there is there's not a lot. Like it out of the 5, it's kind of like the third in the middle of the shelf, and this one is kind of like where most of like a title that might have like to dealing with a god in it, and you kind of easily skip through some of them and find something that talks about, you know, like just religions, right? But it's God's religions or stuff like that.
I'm probably looking for like forbidden.
Sorry, say again.
I'm probably looking for like forbidden or forgotten gods.
Okay.
Or betray gods that have
Um,
done bad stuff.
as you look, you're not finding any books like about that. The book you might find is just where it talks about like the gods in their realms. And
Wait, we're looking for Shadowfell god. God involved with the Shadowfell. I remember now. Fuck my brain.
So we'll say that this, because again, there's not that many like entries of something like this. So almost it's like you have like six books, and you're kind of like narrowing it down quite easily, and you get down to almost just like one, and it's just kind of goes back to that like gods in the realm seems about to be the only one. So as you're looking at that, Zoe, you're kind of led to the same section in the same area.
Hi, Orisa.
Hello.
I
As-
yell across the library and then go, oop.
Hey, get over here.
Both of
now.
the librarians kind of do a nod, and the one that was guiding you, Zoe, because you made this acknowledgement, backs off and walks away, and the guy still kind of stands there, and he's just like waiting to see if there's anything else you needed. Zoe, you're introduced to the same section. There's not that many of anything. Like the only thing you might find is what Arissa's probably holding. Tay,
Looking for the Jewel of Oasis. I think you've got that, Orisa. I'll just walk this way if you don't want me
As
to.
you're walking away, wasn't that supposed to be forbidden knowledge?
I thought people knew the name of that one. I thought it was the other thing that we weren't supposed to be speaking about.
I mean, I thought the entire thing was forbidden, but it's fine.
Well, I mean, the people who are watching us, I think, already know the name of the one, but not the other.
Fine, whatever. I mean, considering I have my book, like, okay, one. Second book. I want more books. I want all the books. I mean, I can work down my list so you can do other people.
Akuma and Joram, as you guys were looking, you might find a book like it talked about dragons, but you don't see nothing that, you know, went with the dragon staff that was mentioned, and Joram, who's kind of like looking quickly through pages. Make a history check.
History. Right. A 12.
Okay.
Mm.
Every now and then you just kind of stop and like just stare at him as he's like flipping through like this one book, and you're just you feel like you hear that sound again that you had a dream of, but it doesn't say anything. You just kind of feel like it echoes a little bit, and you just look around, but you don't hear anything else, and you just go back and no, nothing in this one, just different dragons, which I didn't know there was that many dragons. Kind of puts it back on the shelf, and he's
Good.
any other area that you might be able to think of?
Maybe staff as an S, maybe?
Sounds like upstairs we go.
Yeah.
So you guys start to head upstairs. Tay, you're led upstairs, and here you are, little one. This is the only areas that has the T in it. T. She's being very adult to child behavior, but she's doing it very nicely. Now, what kind of titans are you looking for?
I guess. Well, just wondering what is a Titan, I guess.
Okay. And she kind of goes and starts looking. She. And I will. Okay, so Arissa, you have a book. Are you reading it, or are you like just holding on to it and like going to another area?
I mean, if he allows me to keep it so I can read all of them in succession.
I'll say you ask him, and he doesn't have a problem. He reinstates that this library is definitely for looking, not purchasing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
Um,
she's keeping it as in like she wants to stack them all up and then read all of them in the
but
library.
yeah, he says that's not a problem. It would be kind of like a help if you manage to put them back in the right place. But if this is something you don't want to do,
I feel like this is a library of one Chitong in Avatar: The Last Airbender.
I don't
I
know.
don't
The
know
one
what
with the
that is.
giant owl.
I don't know,
Oh,
I
yeah.
forgot about
Already
But they did tell you that you know, if this is something you don't want to do, you could just take it up front, and we will put it back. So,
it. Sure.
if you needed anything else from him, he would kind of would just go back doing his thing. It's up to you.
Yes. I am looking for a book about Archmages of the South. Was of this called, obviously.
I believe that might be. Well, you could try to check maybe the mages in the M section, or I don't know if we have anything in the A section for archmages. Well, since we are down here, we can try to go check the A's, and starts to just walk that way.
All the last time, I suppose.
Zoe, you went to go check the J's for jewels and stuff like that, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
You get off my screen. Make an investigation check.
I'm gonna have to switch apps again.
I mean, if you have dice, I'll trust you.
I can go get them downstairs. They'll be real quick.
Yeah, that's fine. Just go ahead and make your roll now, and then
That
you
will
go get them.
probably run. So.
Okay.
Okay. Do you want me to roll now and then go get them, or?
Yeah,
go
just
get
go
'em and
go
then-
ahead and just go ahead and make your roll, and then go get them, and then I'll come back to you.
Okay. Oof. 4.
Okay. So let's see. Akuma, not Akuma. Arissa's led to the A section. Tay, she kind of looks back at you, and tells you, and Akuma, you and Joram, as you are passing by some area, you can see Tay with like a really tall individual who's kind of like crouched a little bit, like trying to have a decent, not loud conversation with her. Um, you guys go to the other section for like staffs and stuff. If you'll make another investigation.
Oh, oh, that could be better. Could be worse. Still could be better.
So you guys start to look your way through. Tay, she starts to tell you that she's not really finding anything about Titans. There's stuff about uh, uh, like Titan lore, but when she kind of gives it to you and she like skims through it a little bit to kind of give you like a brief summary of a couple of pages, it's almost like it's talking about giants who were maybe prescribed like as titans, like how there's a like a cloud giant who um, that somebody recorded that was like bigger and was just so massive that they referred to that as a titan, but you're not sure if this is something you're looking for or not. Um, so
Yeah.
I have a
feel like
better
I am-
set somewhere else, but don't know where it is.
I feel like I'm very underprepared for this moment. Uh, maybe, shoot.
I
First, I'd
can
be
hold
better for
on
this.
to this book if you need, if you want to continue looking.
Yeah, let's keep looking, I guess.
Okay. And she kind of like holds the book a little bit, and
Very yeah, might
Sorry,
um,
I had it too close probably.
she kind of holds the
It
book.
doesn't have filtering at the moment.
She holds the book and like kind of starts to walk away. Still kind of holding your hand. Um, she was going to lead you to another section. To this one is more about trying to help kids read.
Yeah, sure. Is there any for, Elvish language, I guess?
We do have a book that does talk about Elvish languages. Are you trying to learn another language, little one?
I know how to speak it, but I don't know how to write it.
Oh, okay. We can definitely go by there.
Elvish.
Arissa, you're led to pretty much, I'll even go with this way. What is all the titles you're looking for?
Okay, here we go. Let's go down the list. So we're looking for archmage. We're looking for ancient artifacts because that's what they're looking for. They're not looking for stuff. They're looking for ancient artifacts probably.
Okay, so one by one. For you
Yeah.
get a book about mages that do go from range to powerful ones to less powerful ones. But
But because considering that Age Eleven and stuff was around for a long
some
time,
some recent entries into like this book was individuals of the South, but it's not in heavy detail. So you got a book on
skin that
something.
one, put it back. It's like, okay, nothing interesting.
Okay.
Put it back.
Next title.
I guess ancient artifacts because we're looking for that staff of Dracon. What's it called, right?
Dracon, I believe. Dragcon. You don't find anything that contains that knowledge.
Fair enough. Then I'm gonna look for something where I would not know where to look for. I guess I would. No, I guess it's like Do they have? They should have plenty of books about the Crusade, right?
Uh,
And it's different organizations.
they they have one that talks about the event of what the South was doing during a certain time period, which was the Crusade. Um, but it's not in heavy details. It's kind of like it states when humans landed on this part of the land, and some information just that's kind of like, how does, like, whoever must have wrote this or whatever, it's like, was it a human? Because like there's some information it kind of talks about that. It's like, how do they know this? But it doesn't go in heavy detail about the Crusade. It goes in, like, glosses over events that has happened.
It's like I was just looked at the guy. I thought you guys, like they told me that if I had a question, you'd probably have the answer, but I leave here with more questions than answers.
It's just, I mean, we are the place that you come to if you want to find answers. It's just there might be some that either we don't even know ourselves, or some that may just not exist. And he kind of slowly starts to rambles on.
Like I just take out a piece of clothing from my bag and I show him the symbol. This very much is real, but there's nothing about it here.
And he's just, I mean, yeah, he's, I mean, if you want to go to symbols, we can try to go and find some symbols. I'm not quite sure. This could be something. And it's just like, he's very low talkative, and it's just like,
I just look at him. It's like, okay, let me send me up to speed. This is the symbol of a death squad during the Crusade. Why do you have nothing on like death squads from the Crusade? Like, this is something that was intent on coming to the north and completely ruining things there.
I don't know. I mean, I think that book that you got does maybe mention something. I haven't fully read it myself, but
It's like Rosie just looks at me. You're lucky I'm not allowed to use magic. Anyway. Let's see, what else are we looking for? Shifters and their origins.
You do find a book that contains information about shifters. I'll say yeah. Like, it's definitely more about the biology of them, how they operate, and what's some known. I'll say, looking through the book, you don't find anything about locations and their origin. It's just kind of stated that they're like, it's not sure when lycanthropy became a thing, but this is when it was maybe first started recorded.
Got that. Let's see, what more did we have on the list? What would they have? There's a lot of things that I have on my list of things that we need to know, but there's probably not that much they would know.
That's why I'm trying to just speed through it.
Yeah. I want the forbidden section of this fucking place. This is the version where I'm like, this is where they don't know shit.
You ask, do you ask him about it?
Yeah, it's like, I feel like there's more here. Like, I can't believe that people hype up this place to this degree, and then all I find is basic knowledge that I could read in a book anywhere.
As you asking him about, like, is there a forbidden section? Like, yeah, there was so much leading up to this. Like, this doesn't seem like anything. And he goes from that mumble to kind of like almost a slight serious. There is not a forbidden section. This is the only things that you are allowed to see.
Inside.
I mean, I don't even need insight. The wording on its own is already enough. I mean, allowed to see. I see. I see where this is going. I mean, it's like either. I mean, I can explain the entire situation to someone actually in charge here, and then you would see why we need access to a non-existent forbidden section that actually has the information we need.
Um, he says he'll be right back, and he does kind of like bring you towards like the back, but not like come into this other room. He just leads you to the back and tells you to kind of like have a seat, and then he walks away, and then you see. I thought this was the best.
I'm gonna. Whilst I'm waiting, I'm gonna skim through the book, the gold book, and look at the Shadowfell part.
You don't find nothing about Shadowfell.
Fuck you.
Matter of
Like,
fact,
or
there
skips the book that-
you feel like there's stuff missing. It feels
Yeah, or is it like
it. You're like, there's no way. Make a intelligence check or a religion check.
intelligence, religion is fucking dog. Oh no, religion is actually the same.
Yeah,
fucking
it's
shit.
based on intelligence.
It's so fucking dumb that like this main stat for.
Or I'm
religion-
sorry, it's going to be either history or religion, but
Sure, history's much better, but like it's so stupid religion that it's intelligence thing because people who want to use religion are like wisdom classes, but whatever.
Yeah.
Only a 15.
you feel like there
Okay, but
should
it
be.
is-
You feel like there should be clearly more to this book, and it's like as you're kind of like looking, why does these all seem to be like just the good gods?
Yeah,
It's like you look and it's like I feel like all of these are good. It doesn't tell me everything about the fuck. Like you feel like you're ripped off.
Yeah, exactly. That's what the reason why I made a fuss there because I was just feeling so much hype, and then it all is like fucking what mothers tell their children. It's like I could figure this out on my own.
As you kind of like sit there and skim through this, you look up because of something catching your attention as somebody's approaching, and you see a another male elf-like figure, who is not necessarily wearing like a robe. His is more like a robe, but made differently, and it doesn't look like this. This guy seems different, and he kind of has like hair slightly to his shoulders, black hair, and he does seem to be of age. As I drop this to show you guys, why don't we take a break? So,
Break, Peyton.
go grab your food, go grab some water, go to the bathroom, and I think we'll all be right back. So, hang tight. Welcome back, everybody. That is the quickest break ever. I think. I don't know how long we was on break. I don't think we do 10 minutes like our enormous, nowhere close to be counterpart.
Yeah, I know, but there should still be
They're
break.
they're totally jealous of us too.
They are. I mean, Anyways, so as we get right back into this, you do see this guy as he approaches. Let me get my sheet back out. Okay. As he approaches, and he's, "Hello, my name is Lefurious. What may I do for you?"
That's the quickest name.
Seriously, let me just need to write that down. Like,
I'll put all of the names in chat later.
Yeah, I know, but I want to have my fucked up version of it.
Have your fucked up version.
So, people have been telling us that this is the place to go for information, but I didn't expect you guys to only share the things that a mother would tell their children.
We have
Did-
plenty of information that you are seeking. If there's something in particular, you can ask and I can look into it.
So how familiar are you with the situation of the South?
Enough.
Enough, as in...
More
heard
than
about-
I even care to know.
Good. Well, we are trying to fix it. Whatever's going on there before it completely destabilizes further than it already has. We've managed to do what we can down there, and now we're trying to solve it further. And what we believe, there is a entity that incites hatred and discord in the people in the South. And this entity is, from what sources we have found, also responsible for the crusade. And as she picks up the book, it also has to do with the Shadowfell. And this book is a book you give to children. We want to, how to put this lightly, have a good night's rest, but I'm not here for that. And she slides the book, or she lifts, has her servant who's always fucking around lift it towards him. We are here on a mission to save the South and the rest of the world by proxy. And
Hey.
we're looking for actual information.
As you are talking about this, and he's just has this definitely resting bitch face that I don't know if I can do properly
Yeah.
for the guy.
But you can try.
No, because I smile too much.
His name doesn't smile.
But when make an insight check.
Oh wait, Arista's really good at this. Should I roll my metal dice or should I roll...
Everyone does.
I want to roll my dice. Let's see what this fucker says. 16. That's insane for Arista. 16. The dice is to roll.
As you've been explaining about parts of stuff what's happening, he's been just having this face, right? Like he's just, like somebody's bothering me with his pettiness, right? Like, save us out, sure. Like, why are you bothering me? And then when you mentioned Shadowfell, like, his eyes changed, really fixated, and he's... Good for you for wanting to fix what might have already been broken. But what do you know about this Shadowfell?
Well, from what we know, it's a place how did they describe it again? Nightmare? A nightmarish place?
It is
We had
a bleak in like color. It is almost like a place of death.
Yeah. So we like if it, well, it's the domain of death, and we freed some of our. Well, we're no longer the Hunters Guild anymore, but the headmaster of the Southern Hunters Guild, and some of our other guild members from a place, an ancient ruin that had mirrors that were portals to the Shadow Realm, in a way. It sucked your soul out, and then put something else in your body's place.
He like 5 million things open, so like I can be somewhat able to read. Yeah. Sounds interesting, but we know nothing of this place. I would ask you to now leave.
She just stares at him and is like, well, for your attempt at stoicism, when I mentioned the witch Shadowfell, you kind of broke your guys there, mister.
And he just stares at you intently, looks back at the other guy, leave. And then he does, since you people would know, like this epic turnaround as part of his back cape, like slightly flutters as he just starts to walk away with a pace.
Just say like, okay, leave, coward. I guess actual people will have to fix the world's problems.
The guy standing with you two, and he's just, my apologies. If you'd be so kind to come this way, please.
Sure.
And as he pretty much is just escorting you out, he's not being hostile, not forceful. He's just, again, just very polite. To the rest of you guys, the people that were like with you, or somebody has came up to you.
One with me.
Exactly, but people have persons have came up to you, and they asked you, "I'm sorry, but you need to leave," and they also escort each of you out into the lobby area.
What did I do? I was good, I promise.
No, it's more.
I didn't even get to finish looking. I wanted to also look at the fault. That's.
So you all, but again, they were all not very hostile. Like they were just very polite and asked that we're gonna have to escort you out. Tay, I think yours was like the kindest of kindness. She was more just like, I'm sorry, little one. Like, you see where she kind of like puts her hands up to like close to her head, and then kind of puts it back down, and then she's like, I'm sorry, little one. I'm gonna have to escort you out. I'm sorry if this doesn't seem fair, but unfortunately we have to follow the rules. If you'll come with me, please. And just
Sure.
starts escorting you out too.
Could I get? Could you maybe write down the some of the things from the Elvish alphabet or words?
She tells you, I believe I can try to find a copy, but you would have to talk to the gatekeeper up front, okay? And escort you out. And so you all are in the lobby area as the doors, and like you can see most of the gray robes that are standing at the door, and they slowly shut it, and you're just left in this giant room again where you hear the scribbles of the guy writing. It looks like he hasn't changed a posture, a position. He's just continuously writing, saying
Well, this
nothing
place
to
was a
anyone.
load of bull. They don't have anything on temples in Myla. They don't have anything on the jewel. They don't have anything on uh, like anything I was here to look for. What a
So,
waste of time.
you know the reason why we escorted out is because I asked the questions that I guess people aren't allowed to ask.
You should have had me do the asking. I'm good at talking.
It's not that I think this person, whatever persuasion you might have attempted, would have not worked. This person seems to be very keen on hiding reality from people. Because
Then
whatever-
maybe we should go outside and just leave this place behind us.
maybe we should. I just look at the person. I just look at him, at the person at the desk, and then Arissa just stares at him for a moment and thinks. And just like literally just stares at him and thinks. Yude, you can tell Lefarius if he ever feels like telling people the truth. He can come to me, and then I just leave.
Duly noted.
Right.
And then as I walk out of the building, I send a message in his direction. Lying will get you nowhere.
Who wants to break into this place?
When-
Once we're outside, Zoe says that.
When you send that, it's almost like it got met with a wall. Like something blocked it.
Okay. Good. That's as. You know what the fun? So when you try things out, you set spells in random directions, right? Sometimes they get stopped, which tells you a lot about the place. And the reason why they say it's never been burnt down, well, they probably got enchantments in place. But you know what you can do with enchantments? You can break them.
Does that mean you could burn down the entire
No,
thing?
no, I'm actually not really interested in burning it down.
I
It's
am,
more like-
because he challenged it.
Arissa, make an Arcana check.
Sure.
I was gonna ask the guy for that piece of paper.
What?
What paper?
Arcana.
My
10.
the library person I was with
Fucking a 2.
Offered
What the
to
fuck's
write
this
down-
bullshit?
offered to write down some of the
Your metal dice.
No. My metal dice rolled an 18, but I rolled a 10 in
Sorry.
the
Something feels off, but it's just you can't place it.
No, this entire place feels fucking off. Like we're dealing with something weird here. There's something.
Is it
I
always
look at
good?
Joram. I know you're not really magically adept, but you sure as hell must have felt something was off there.
I mean,
I know
it-
I sure did.
there was a ton of information they've had, sure, but it was weird that there were some things that even I was able to easily find in like other places that they seem to not have here.
Indeed.
Um,
Information is lackluster.
Well, when I looked at the Book of the Gods, this was like a children's book, a fairy tale of like, oh look, all the good gods that are around and none about the bad ones. And we all know there's a bunch of bad gods out there. Like a bunch of them.
Yeah.
The question is, why did they send us away the moment we ask? Where do you keep the actual information? Because
Does that mean you think they're on the dark side and are hiding something dark?
well, they're hiding something for sure. The reason is, why are they hiding the
What?
information?
What? You said something about when you were speaking to him, something triggered him. What did?
Shadowfell.
Shadow? No?
The word Shadowfell.
Not good. Do I know much about the Shadowfell? I know a little about the plains, right,
Does
Joseph?
anybody in the group actually know anything about that? That's a good question.
I will
don't
say,
questions.
I
you
mean,
know,
basic.
Zoe, you would know that this is because of where you are. You know, actually, no. Make a history check. For everybody else, you guys don't know squat about the
What's
Shadowfell.
my intelligence? My intelligence is
You-
a -1, right?
Probably. Let me check. For the rest of you, you don't know nothing about the Shadowfell. This is almost like if you, it's like if you die, whatever god you would, it's a -1, yeah. If you die, you kind of like,
I thought I would be okay at first. Let me get out a D4.
well, for a history check, it's just a 0, but you, so.
Oh, for history, it's
Yeah,
just
sorry,
a 0?
I looked at something else.
14. If it's just a 0, 14, I'm gonna roll a D4 just to. That's a 3, 17?
Okay.
Don't
But
know
yeah,
if that brings me up
for
or not.
everybody else, it's like, you know, like if you die, if you were following Tyr, and he deems you worthy, you just go to him. So, it's not that you've done a lot of research or knowledge into this, but because of where you lived, you know that there is a Shadowfell and a Feywild that is underneath the plains that you, underneath the, of the plains.
Back on school, would I know anything? Like, did they do anything of that kind of stuff in school, or is it
No.
also knowledge they don't teach?
Like I said, like because
Right.
you and Arissa have pretty much, while the learning might be of different courses, a lot of the stuff could have somewhat have been the same, and this is something that is not knowledgeable.
Alright. Well, I guess Akuma just asks her what it is, and I'm sure she just explains the
Well,
exact same thing she explained it.
The, I do know that both the Shadowfell and the Feywild lie below the plains.
I think
Mm.
so. You
Separate.
would know that again, like the statement I made for everybody else, that it's like if you were following Tyr, if you died, you'd go straight to him. Zoe, you know that the Shadowfell is where the dead goes first, and that is what determines the direction afterwards. So it's definitely interesting. You know this knowledge, but everybody else, it's like the Shadowfell. It just sounds like a name, and you're just like you don't have any connection to place it on.
Anyone who dies goes to the Shadowfell first before whatever god they may have served.
Really? Just
So
So,
that begs the question:
should we
whatever
expect one?
entity, I think we'll think like what could happen. The Crusade was a genocide, right? What is the?
Have you all?
No, but like
have
the
you guys-
Crusade. Let me. I'll tell
Sorry.
you the reasoning. My reasoning here. The Crusade was a genocide. What happens when there's a genocide? All the spirits end up in the Shadowfell. Whatever entity rules the Shadowfell will have a bunch of shit in it now, and it's like, look at all the shit I control. Before they get sent off. What if that entity wants more shit in the Shadowfell, therefore it's out and about doing shit again? And therefore this guy, knowing what is happening in the south, knows that this entity is on the move and doing shit again, but for some reason he's too scared to do anything about it? Because he reacted like scared, I'd say.
that, or he's along with it and doesn't want anyone to know.
What if instead this entity can consume whatever souls come to the Shadowfell, or something?
I mean,
Like,
yeah, that's
either
possible.
way,
What about when we killed the goblins at the temple and they all rose back up?
Yeah.
Indeed.
Well, they definitely were dead, and then they all came back, and then shit exploded, which almost killed us. But when I talked to the shaman, he was pretty much alive again, even though he was the person who blew the shit up there.
Yeah. That's weird. Like evil souls or something. Just like in those mirrors.
Well, we definitely need to find out more. The question is just how.
Ah. We go digging.
I mean literally digging.
Yeah, literally.
Arissa, you hear in your mind just a
Sure.
I would say you picked up on the voice of who it is, and you look, like you kind of like look around, and you see Joram, who adjusts his glasses. He's looking like above the castle.
What do you see?
What do we see? What do I
What
see?
is it?
You guys just
You got the fancy glasses.
you guys just see air, like there's just clouds.
Oh, that one looks like a. Yeah.
I mean, I thought we have to go. Are we? Well, we could also go from the top, I suppose.
Fly.
It's not saying anything.
I mean, if you want to infiltrate, they say use no magic.
I mean,
We need to figure
I
out
could
the-
teleport us directly over it, and then we could just fall onto the roof.
Well, that depends. Is it a magic no zone, which means it's cancelled? Because if so, then we'll have
Well,
to
I'm saying,
canceling.
how high could they have put the barrier? If we teleport like 50 feet above the place and then just fall onto the roof, they'll
Maybe
probably
it's
hear
like a
us, but
cube.
I
Where
mean,
it's
it's not an
open.
anti-magic field because if it was an anti-magic field, then looks at Joe. Well, you know.
No?
yes, it wouldn't be anti-magic, but it seems like it stops magic from coming inside. I could try to teleport inside,
I mean,
but I'd rather not do that alone.
I mean, I can feather fall us down on top of the roof. So
Oh,
if we
why not?
teleport above it, and then we can just fall down and then just.
Well, I could also attempt to teleport inside, and if not, nothing would happen.
Wouldn't you waste your spell?
I would waste the spell, but I mean, a little cat nap and it's back.
I don't
I
know.
could sit in my lantern.
I don't feel like breaking in anything. And you see he's like every now and then he's like looking slightly away. Looks like he's following something for a second.
Joram, do you see something?
No, sorry, just staring at the clouds. You know.
Well,
I don't really
Yeah.
believe that. It
And
doesn't
like
sound
Orisa
like you're staring at the
narrows
clouds.
her eyes. It's like, are we looking for something golden in the sky?
Listen, I'm not insightful,
where-
but it
where-
doesn't seem like.
I mean, if he's
You
trying
see
to track
nothing.
something.
why? You know, you know, I
What
guess not
are
all
you
of us
guys?
go-
What are you guys doing?
not all
I
of
mean,
us
I'm,
have to
I'm
go
just
there.
looking at Joram. It's like,
It's almost you see I mean, if you want to make perception or insight or
Okay.
like whatever.
sure, like he's being
That's a
extremely
9,
fucking
oh.
shady.
Rolls today.
Fucking, this die is fucking fantastic. A 19 again.
9.
Although it did roll a 6 the other time, but fuck it, 19.
Annoying.
I'll roll the perception.
Like knowing what I know, what does a 19 give me?
Perception. Yeah, that's
Can make
better.
Can make it easier for him. Wait, what are you persuading? Like, persuasion
don't
24,
know.
what is the persuasion coming from?
I don't know. Just looking.
I'm
for-
rolling random shit, tell me something, DM.
I am. Give me some. I'm typing it to you.
No, I'm just like, the
Oh.
persuasion. It's like, I'm just rolling random shit until I get good. DM, tell me something.
Okay. It is definitely snowing outside.
Sure.
Oh,
I just
cool.
rolled. I just rolled double sixes. I was just practice rolling my dice, and then very next I rolled double 18s.
Unlucky.
Sounds about right.
Dice don't like me.
No, I rolled a 15, a 19, a 19, a 15, a 10, a 20, a 5, 17, 13. It's like this dice just continuously rolls above 10. Apart from like once.
Wait. It's messed up.
12. I can tell you the metal dice are really nice. They feel nice and hefty in your hand.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Wanna do
Information.
I want to try to teleport inside so bad, but it could go so wrong.
I would prefer not to make them angry at us. I'd still like
I
to be
also
able to
want
try to
burn
come
the
back
place
to here.
down so bad.
Why? This
He
is
made
a
it a
places of
challenge.
knowledge. Are you
He
in?
made it a challenge.
Why are you in?
What? I
Orisa
feel like
said
this
it
is-
herself. There's probably more knowledge in her than there is in the library. I mean, she didn't
You
word
want
it that
to
way, but it
burn
sounds
down
like
a
it.
library just because somebody challenged you?
Yes!
Really? I
Okay, now that you're saying it does
he
kind of
he
sound
kind of like
it.
starts to walk away because he's like, what did I get myself in with?
It does kind of sound a little too petty, but at the same time, he did make it a challenge.
He
Or
just
maybe
he
something
didn't like
that-
walk away, but he walked like a few steps away, and he's
He was-
just like
that
rubbing
guy
his
in there
head.
doesn't like me, so I think I'll stay out of the. Yeah.
I mean, I'm
think
not going to
there's-
do it. I'm not that stupid. But like, it makes it very tempting because he made it into a challenge. If he would have just like said it once and left it at that, it would have been fine. But he kept bringing it up like this place has never been burnt down. It can't be burnt down.
He kind of turns back, and he's just like, cause maybe he knows how to deal with people like you. Have you ever thought of that?
I assume that. That's why I'm not going to do it. But like, he made it sound like I had to.
Maybe because he's bored. It looks like he writes all day. Well, I mean, I would not actually.
mean,
I
if
think
someone
don't
bored
burn down a library.
I mean, if Alistar was here, I'm sure she'd have tried. But I'm
As
not
they're
that.
busy, as they're busy arguing, just staring up at the sky, like following where he was looking.
He was probably look up every now and again and then looking back. But I don't like that guy. He didn't like me at all. I walked in and he literally just attacked me verbally in my brain.
I'll say you can make an Arcana with disadvantage now.
Sure. Hell yeah.
Arcana. Ew.
18 on the first die. So
Mhm.
18 at first. 19 on the second die.
I don't like this.
dice.
No, you can't use that dice no more.
I'll put it in the jail. It's like in the 2 good dice jail. I'll roll. So there's an 18 on disadvantage plus 8, which is 26.
God.
Welcome to my best stat.
feels like you smell something, not a food. Your
Magic.
magical
It's the
sniff-
old lady from the taco shop.
your magical sniffer.
She's a witch.
You're not. It's hard to figure it out because you can't see anything, but you feel like there's something. It feels like it's slightly fading and getting stronger, then fading and getting stronger. But you're not quite sure.
I could
Just
probably
just
ask
by
him-
just by looking.
I
Anyway,
could ask them and see if at least one of us could be let back in.
but it's definitely not me that's gonna be let back in. Mm,
Well, we should probably keep Mr. Pyro away from it too.
I don't actually want to burn the place down. I'm just saying
Like-
he made it into a bit of a challenge.
Joram is still going hard with you, and he's just like this guy who's built on knowledge, and he's just like, no,
There goes that bromance you guys were working at.
Stop.
Oh,
you
oh,
no. Look,
please.
listen, do not. And he looks at Tay. Do not. Burning down buildings and libraries is a no. We need history.
I walk away.
So,
don't
Don't you? No, don't you? And he just like kind of follows you, and he's like lecturing you.
I was gonna ask you, Jorv, if you wanted to see if they would let us back in. What? Okay,
It's like
fine.
if I send a message in that direction, does any like a hello, does anything respond towards where I feel it?
No, I mean like you don't. There's nothing. Nothing
There's
there.
nothing.
Yeah, sure. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go back inside the library.
Tay, can you take Akuma and Zoe with you for a bit and go buy something to eat? I need to just go get some more tacos, please, if you will.
Jorm's following me as I'm walking away.
No, it's like I want to talk to Joram.
He
You go-
stops and he's just. This ain't done, Zoe. We ain't finished. Burn burn down a
I don't
library.
actually
How
want to
dare
burn it
you?
down. I'm just saying he made it into a challenge.
You don't like
No,
as you guys
no,
are like slowly
no.
backing up. It's like there's some people who kind of like look as you guys are like having arguments. Like the words are being
Like-
spoke louder and louder. Cause it's like it's almost like come at me, bro. But it's just don't do this. Well, I didn't plan
I feel
to.
like it's mostly Joram saying, "Come at me, bro," and me going, "I was mostly a joke. I don't actually want to burn it down." Like, it was literally like he made it into a challenge, and I was just pointing out how much more it makes me want to do it because he made it a challenge than the fact that I already didn't want to do it. Like,
Well,
You want my axe?
as you
want my
guys
Zoe, huh?
as you guys walked away, Joram kind of goes up to her and he's the nerve of some people. Anyways, sorry, that was very, very unprofessional of me. I can't believe you want to burn down the library. Like, what is it? What did you want to talk about?
I just look at him and I say, "What's up there? I can feel something."
Oh, what do you mean?
Let's stop beating around the bush. We're both trying to get something here. Let's go and get it. You obviously know more than I do.
Arissa, you're a. Can I see your book for a second?
What book?
Your spell book. Just come here.
Sure.
You kind of pull it out
Destroys it.
and give it to him as he opens it, and he.
or kills her while she doesn't have the spell book. Like,
It's like now
Still
you.
no
Can,
sna-
now you can. No, you see, he flips through some pages, and then he hands it back to you, on a specific spell,
Which is
detect magic.
Again.
okay. Sure. I'll use it.
As you go to use it, and you can kind of get like a faintly see. You don't see like a dome or anything. Like you see parts of the castle slightly glow up a little bit, and it's like, well, that kind of figures. Then as you look kind of like back in that spot, you're just like, oh. And there appears to be almost like arcanic like magic coming out and slowly like slipping like vines or like that is slowly just coming down and going through the city, and if not possibly further outwards, almost like it's leaking. You know, I bet if we told them of something, they might have a different tune.
I mean, if they are willing to stop shoving their head in the sand.
If what you say is true, that they clear to be letting on something more than they know, this might be something that they maybe actually don't know, or they do know, and we can go from there.
I mean, yeah, there's a lot of. I mean, like I still prefer that they're fucking their shit up, but I mean, yeah, I guess the word. It's always the more diplomatic way we're gonna go first. But when you see someone that smug, you're like, you want to. It's like you weren't there when we met Lucian, but that guy also had the same attitude and just want to put them down like 5 pegs, you know?
Trust me, I know some people of that nature.
I mean, I've been put
And-
down 50 pegs since we started already, but
and
you know.
He looks back at the library and he's. They kind of have a reason. But this is new.
I mean, people always have their reasons and their motivations, and they believe what they believe, as we believe what we believe. And in the end, there's never a right or wrong, just a matter of perspective, I suppose.
Well,
I mean, some things are clearly wrong, and some things are clearly good, although I feel like good is, in my opinion, still to the eye of the beholder.
Well, do you want to call everybody and make one last attempt? Because I'd hate for you guys to ruin the path that you're on.
Sure.
As he
Ruin
kind
the
of like
path.
slightly holds up his palm, and you can see like the diamond-shaped SH, just like on each of your hands. But obviously, for just Orisa to see, you know, starting over.
Sure.
First thing we do, burn down the entire library. Yeah, we're on the path.
It's like Arisa smiles and is like,
What?
I sent a message to Stay. Okay, you can come back. Did you get tacos?
All I'm saying is he made it into a challenge. Like I'm still talking to Sam.
No.
So,
That's
I
very
didn't want to
cool.
burn it down
Shut up.
before. I
he's
still
like,
don't
he's
want to
rubbing
burn
his
it
head
down.
again as your voice is just reaching him. He's just,
The Kuma just shoves like talking
if
to me.
I had anything, and he like looks at his hand, it's like, if I had, oh, the magic, if I had, you would be
I
the
didn't wa-
first.
I didn't want to
You
burn it down before, and I still don't. I'm just saying the level that I don't want to has
Mage
decreased,
hand.
meaning that the amount I want to has increased due to him making it a challenge. But I still
Mage
don't want
hand
to.
puts
let's just get this over with.
Okay, guys.
I
Okay, guys.
blocked the taco.
Let's bring you guys up to speed. They're
Ah.
leaky. Their magic is
Oh.
leaky.
Oh.
Like to put it in
Oh, a
simple
leaky
terms.
tap.
Yeah, they have a leaky tap. So maybe whatever is causing the fucking ruckus outside with Tree Hugger and Co. Right? Maybe that's because they. Maybe that's because.
I completely forgot about that.
Maybe that's because they have leaky tap and that's affecting people and doing things they don't want to do.
I need you
That's
guys
what-
to
that's
forget about that.
I mean,
Back in then.
we can try.
Okay. But that guy's gonna give me a weird stare again.
If you don't want to come in, you can stay outside and wait.
But I want to be involved. Little sparky.
Then
guy.
you come inside. I mean, I'm giving you the option, right? And it's up to you to choose.
I just don't know why he's so mad at me. I'm the only
I
one
don't know.
angry
I don't know.
right
And honestly, I don't care because I'm getting really mad with him as well.
now.
Anyway, and I don't think as cocky as they all are, I don't think they like to see me angry. Anyway, let's go in.
So you guys head back in a very familiar, I'd say 30-ish like minutes maybe have passed, and he's just still writing, and you hear in like all of your heads, welcome back. I hope you don't plan on necessarily getting in.
No, we're planning on telling you about a issue you have at your protective field, which is leaking at the top.
You see he stops.
What a mess it's making.
And potentially it might be affecting a group of people outside of the walls who randomly start doing weird things and unspeakable things.
Indeed,
Yeah.
entire
Trees.
poor
One's hugging a
school.
tree.
And one was burning down his entire school. All that poor school.
He stops, and you see
Burning.
his
down.
robes definitely, like where you saw his handwriting, you can see like he like puts down the quill and reaches for something, and his hand is like kind of like within the sleeve, so you can't see, and he holds it up towards his head and then puts it back down, and he's picks up the quill and points it all at you to the wall. Now,
We're gonna
Sure.
die.
as you all kind of go to the right side of the desk, which is y'all's left. Within like 5 minutes, the doors open up, and every individual that was in there previously is being pushed out. And slowly, you guys was like slowly getting surrounded by a bunch of like the gray robes, the librarians. Not in a threatening way, but you just see where they're standing there, almost like not blocking you in, but keeping the crowd from getting, like, they're trying to usher them in a way, you know, hurdling the sheep towards the door and not mingling out.
Mm.
As they all get out and they shut the door, You see no, they don't do that. As Sliferius approaches back and his click, 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 click comes up to you. This seems to be an issue with you all. What is it this time?
Well, you have a issue, I feel like, because obviously you have a protective field around this place, which I respect, obviously, but it seems to be malfunctioning and potentially causing some ruckus outside the city. From if I can follow the lines of magic properly, which I'm quite adept at.
That's absurd. Nothing is. And he starts to walk out, and about like 2 to 3 follow him to go outside. And you can see, looks like he does his hand in a way. And you can see he's pretty much following the traces. And he's. Make sure the building is empty. And walks back in as those 3 kind of head off. And he's. Stay here. So I have questions for you all. And starts to
Wow.
walk back in.
I see what you mean, Arissa.
I'll say about
Interesting guy.
I very much agree.
10 to 15 like minutes have gone by. And like the doors just fly fucking open at this point. Like not like being thrusted like a gust of wind, but like as they pushed the door open, it was him definitely who was pushing it out of like frustration and anger. And he's just walks back up and looks at all of you. The seniors may stay. Everyone else, you may leave. And the majority of them, like, kind of like bow their heads slightly and start to walk out. And as all of them walk out and the doors kind of shut again, there is. There is 8 people that is still within here. That's Sliferius, a Dragonborn that one have seen, the missing eye elf, the female hobgoblin, including the guy at the desk. And Sliferius looks at him. Please make sure nobody gets in or out. And then looks at all of you and just follow me. And starts to walk, and 2 follow him. And then the others are kind of just like waiting near you guys.
Sure. Let's follow Snape.
As you guys follow, and then they kind of come in behind you. The guy at the desk would just glimpse, you can see like he's waving something, but he seems to stay in that room. As you guys are led back into the library once more, if it wasn't quiet before, it's definitely quiet now. And as you guys are led all the way to the back, you can see that there is a kind of like an opening, an archway that wasn't open before. And he starts to go kind of like down some steps. As you guys follow, you guys are led to another area that appears to be of more bookshelves of libraries. There's actually kind of like, or not libraries, of books. There's actually like kind of like piles of books. There's like a crate with some books, and he walks up to. You can see there's like a solid wall with two what appears to be doorways to something else, and he stops and he looks at you all. And you can see he starts to cast something with his hand.
It's like the urge to counter spells so big.
I know, I have it too. I also have counterspell.
I'm just thinking like,
I tell what spell he's casting?
nah. It's yeah. Well, I mean, we
Probably
could
not.
do
It's probably higher level than we can achieve, but
it, at the moment.
yeah, at the moment. But
I mean, you can still recognize.
I would like for all of you to make charisma saving throws,
Correct.
unless you.
hey, what's my saving throw? +5?
I think you should have a high one because you're a warlock.
Let's say there you
7.
go.
+7?
Yeah.
Make that an 8.
You already rolled higher than me. You already rolled higher than me.
Charisma based
25.
thing.
7
This
as
is what
well.
I'm supposed to be good for.
25.
I could reroll, but I'm letting this happen. I wanted to let it happen anyway.
You can see he does look at both you, Tay and Arissa, and he's like almost not even paying attention to Akuma or Zoe, and he's just, tell me again, what is your purpose here?
Oh, and I'm sure I can't lie.
Yes. As both you and Tay are under the
I
zone
wanted
of
to
truth.
I wanted to fail it anyway.
You can't
We are.
Oh, if he'd have said something, I would have failed, but
I mean, original response. We are here to learn the truth about certain things, so that, like as I mentioned before, the Shadowfell, so that we can save the Southern Kingdom. We're trying to do something good. We're trying to undo some of the chaos we have created. We're not responsible for everything, but we have definitely played our part.
As he is like taking it in, and you can see it's almost like he's definitely mentally processing everything. So I assume everything you said to me before is the truth.
To the best of my ability and the best of my knowledge, yes, it was.
I'm sorry, that was really hard not to say, Mr. Potter. You see he turns around and places like a hand kind of against the wall, and like the wall itself just opens up, and it leads to like a very tiny, like a couple of foot or a couple of feet of a hallway, and then it opens up again, and you can guys see this kind of like this beam that's going towards the ceiling as you guys slowly enter. None of the other people enter. It's just he walks in and he points to Arissa and says, "She and technically the little one may come in. The others stay."
is it because of the zone of truth? Because I would have failed that if you said something.
Indeed, you should have asked us.
I don't ask.
I see.
And he just walks in,
Okay, I'll follow.
as you do.
I'll follow too.
You see, as you guys enter in, you see kind of like 4 pedestals that that looks like it is supposed to house something. And in the center, that almost looks like that would be the center of each one, there's just this beam of like energy going towards the ceiling. And you see the ceiling like a normal height of the ceiling just outside of this room, but it looks like it's maybe going through.
Hmm.
And as he looks back, yes, the reason why is because there's information that is forbidden, that nobody should know under any circumstances, including stuff about the Shadowfell, a place of darkness and death. You can see he's like slightly straightening himself up, and he's a place that no mortal typically comes back from. I don't know what your friends have gotten themselves into. Anyways, and as he points to the pedestals, this is supposed to contain specific books that feeds the arcane master of this library. I am the headmaster and overseer, but he is the one who runs it all. As you can see, and there's one book sitting on the pedestal. As you can see, there is some that are missing. And you can see, as he's staring at you, he does, like, speak in a really loud, Glenn! Get in here! He starts to come in, and you can see, like, a very young humanoid, or human, as he walks in, and he's, what happened in here? I'm sorry, what was his voice? Because I want to be different.
I was thinking it would be Dobie at first, or however.
Well, no, but you know what? Because of that, forgive me for that speech as well, because I can't do. I'm very sorry. I don't quite remember what happened. I think I was trying to take the books. I didn't know this place was. What was I not supposed to enter in this place? No, this place is forbidden to people like you. Oh, I'm so sorry, headmaster. I was told to come in here and to try to clean, and I thought that these books needed to be freshened up because I haven't ever seen them before. And you know, it's I think that was when like the earthquake kind of happened, and we had to. And he's like his patience is slightly wearing, and he's just out with it, Glenn. I think I put them back outside in the main library.
No.
Or is it just face palms there, just like, oh no.
He almost, like, you can see he wants to so hard get back in line. And yes, headmaster, and walks back out. Zoe, Akuma, like, and Joram, like, you guys can see in, you can see this, you can kind of hear parts of their conversation, but you see Glenn, this guy who went in to come out, and he's sweating.
Yeah.
I just look at, I just whisper to Tay, and this is why when there's a beam of light, you don't touch things around it.
Looks like a water genasi right now.
What?
Wow.
I don't like that joke.
Because he's just dripping water.
Yeah.
Anyway.
4 damage. I take 4 psychic damage from that.
As he looks back,
You aren't with me. Akuma is. Akuma
It's-
can take the full psychic.
as he looks back to you, Arissa, and he's incompetence at its finest.
Mm.
The reason I am now allowing you to see this. It would be quicker to have help to find these books.
You even ask us nicely, just do it.
Sure.
And
I'm sure we can help each other out.
And I am sure once everything's in order, he would be willing to talk to you.
I think that sounds like a fair arrangement.
And he
Let's
kind of
go, undo some incompetence.
walks back out, and he's just listen up. There are 8 books missing from these pedestals. They might be in the main library. Go out and find them.
I'm gonna go to Glenn when we're out there. I'm gonna give you like, Glenn, you're going to tell me exactly where you put them, whether you want it or not.
Suggestion.
Okay.
I am going to cast Detect Thoughts on him, and I'm gonna say, you're gonna think about every position you put these 8 books, and you're gonna show me. And at the moment I say, where did you put those 8 books, he automatically starts thinking about it due to the nature of the spell, and I start seeing where he put them.
Or at least where he thinks he put
Where he
them.
thinks he put them, so I know where to look in what area.
All you see is him putting up books. He doesn't even know what these books are.
He
Yeah.
just threw them onto his. You know how like libraries have like the book cart? He just threw them on the book cart probably, and then
Yeah.
kept.
He
walking.
has no idea. He generally has 0 idea.
Well,
I was.
that's a quick that's the easy cheat way out of the way.
He you see, it's like he's just recounting of all these books, and it's all different shapes and sizes, different colors, a mixture of colors. There was so many. He has no fucking clue.
And then I
Hey.
ask him another question quickly. Does he know, like, do you know what the books look like that were in there? Because they were obviously special. What comes up in his mind when I ask that question?
He tries to think, and it's like looking at. It's almost looking at like a million books at cover face value. He paid no 0 fucking attention.
I just
He legitly.
He's.
It's like this. He legitly came in here, and it wasn't like he had some intent. Like he came in here like he was excited about this beam, and he just started like he'll take it like.
Look at that. Just take these
I
books.
just look at him as I see his memories about this place, and I'm just like, Glenn, next time you're near something that looks as important as that, don't touch anything.
I'm so sorry. I'm still new. I'm still
Yeah,
learning.
I'm just telling you, like, I'm telling you friendly advice from a stranger to another stranger. When things look important, don't touch anything unless someone who's in charge has told you to touch something. Alright?
He's yes.
Yes. I think, like, on a level, I'm not so different from him. I would have beaten you
He
up.
feels the pressure. Like
And,
if there was ever an overshadow of Slyfarius overshadowing you going into him, it's like both of you just mind fucking him as hard as possible, and he's just like feels like he's getting hit on 2 fronts, and he's just like, is this the day I die?
So Glenn, to make up for this, as she puts her hands together, to make up for this, you go and help everyone look.
Yeah,
Right
yeah,
now.
Yes. And
And-
he just fucking books it. And Slyfarius is like, stop. Glenn stops and he's like, do you even know what you're looking for? He just puts his head down and slowly gets back in line.
Mr. Dark and Creepy, do you have the ability to make any sort of illusion spells?
If you're going to ask what the books look like, I do not have no idea. This
Aren't you in
this
charge?
was something, a secret that
How did he get in?
obviously we all, the way he explains is him and the people that are in there right now, not including you guys, know about this room. These are the obviously eligible people that was able to get in. He explains, just to make it quickly, while people were able to get in, nobody was allowed in. And he explained that to keep any mishap from happening or anything to try to affect them, he explains that in case somebody was wanting to take any sort of knowledge from this place, right? That was deemed, like high value knowledge. These books could have possibly been like a secret pathway to that, or to possibly harm this library. So he explains they all have a seal on them that allows them not to be affected by any magic.
Oh.
So
You just start casting magic on the books. Who has magical flames? No, I'm kidding.
No.
It was a joke. Sorry.
Terrible with these jokes right now.
he
But
he
I am
explains
I
that
look over at Jorm, who's in pure terror.
he wants to strangle you. So
I'm getting what I want out of them. That's all that matters.
he explains that the less that people were able to get in here and to even just see it, in case if they were able to get bypass this, nobody would have a clue what it is. So
I mean, we could go around casting prestidigitation to like change the color of the books, and whichever books don't change colors would be the ones, right? I know you don't like magic, but that might be a way to try to find them.
all
that,
of
though.
these books are magical,
Oh, I thought
as
you were saying
the
only
arcane
eight.
master can connect through each of them.
I thought you were saying only the 8 couldn't be affected by magic.
No, the
As in
librarians.
all the books.
No, the librarians cannot be affected by magic. If you were to
Oh.
try to send a message to one of them, it won't go through. It gets blocked. This is a way to keep them safe if somebody was trying to find knowledge to get into this library. Like, you guys, when you first came in, like, this was like just a basic library, a grand library that's supposed to contain all information. You guys are getting in the dark deeps of this shit to where, like, there's a fucking beam, there's like 9 like fucking books that are like obviously worth whatever this library is.
9.
Yes, there were 9. 8,
Nonagon?
So,
8 missing.
what we're
No.
so what we're looking for is books that are out of place.
Oh, so really pretty, fancy
Yes.
ones, like gold plated.
So we're looking.
Beautiful colors.
It doesn't. They don't even have to. I think they might even look basic as fuck. We're looking for books that aren't where they're supposed to be. So say,
And
assume these books have.
accent
Assume these books have no. Well, this assumption they have titles that shouldn't. They probably are in place where they shouldn't be. So you could go literally past every book
We
and see which one is wrong.
he'll explain that, and kind of like staring down Glenn, like, if somebody was able to do their job, they might be in the place that they're supposed to be, which is however categorized they are.
So would you at least
But he
be able
has
to-
no clue what the books are. Like, this is him like trying to say that in case somebody was able to get, let's say, a hold of him and broke past this little barrier that can enter into his mind and thoughts and figure out everything about this place. If he never enters in here, like, he explains this is the first time he's entered in here.
Oh,
The less anybody knows about a place, the less it could ever be found out. So it's like it's known, but it's like, for an example, nobody knew how to kind of, quote, get in. They don't know what it looked like inside. Glenn was technically the first one in however long to get into this room.
Oh, they picked the wrong person to let in here, I guess.
My god. So all the books are magical. These are extra magical. But we can't figure out the... idiot.
So we have to go through every single book then? Detect magic? That's not really probably.
I mean, I think what he's saying, if I use the type magic, I'm probably gonna be blinded by all the magic in this fucking room, so that's probably not a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty-
Wait, wait. You said none of the librarians should be able to be affected by mind stuff.
Magic at all. that's
So-
what he said.
But Glenn. Does magic affect Glenn?
Yeah, but he doesn't know. I already did that. I
Yeah,
was way ahead.
he's still new.
He doesn't
Glenn-
know shit.
Glenn is
He doesn't.
Glenn is new. He doesn't necessarily have that gift yet per se. It's like he became a senior member, probably picked by whether it was Slitherius or this arcane master, but he's still learning the process. Like whatever the process is to become a senior member, he's still in the process. He hasn't been that long enough to receive the seal.
Well, I guess we should stop talking and just go start looking now. Is there anything else we can do, really? You don't know what they look like, and
How are we
I
supposed to
mean-
know we found them if we found them? That's the issue.
All he says
will they
is
stand out?
all he says is the only thing he knows is that there. I'll say, Arissa, you did notice that there was there was one book in there.
I was about to say, I was about to go.
There
I'm
is
gonna
one
go-
book in
I
there,
want to go look there. I want to look at it.
and as you kind of ask about going in, and he's just like, "What more fuckery could you do at this point?"
Take the last book.
None.
I
We
like-
just
I
need
just-
the book.
So
I'm gonna look at that last book. What does that last fucking
He-
book look like?
he does kind of like walk in with you, but it's like he's kind of looking at everything else. At this point, he's allowing the rest of you, if you want to come in here, you can.
Yes, I want to see
I'll
this book.
follow.
Um,
I'll
There-
just stare at the light the whole time and just take the book and start carrying it back into the library to put it on a random shelf. I'm kidding.
Fuck off.
I'm not Glenn.
I fireball. Zoe.
I swear.
Oh no, I use my psychic lance to kill Zoe in one shot. Just kidding. Straight up.
Um,
I'm gonna look at that book. What does it look like? What are we looking at? Like, what does it have a title? Does it have special look? What? are we looking
1 second, trying to get something ready. Sure, why the fuck not, right? Oh, this is stupid. Anyways, sorry. So, you go in there and look. The book itself doesn't... It's almost like it's pristine. It's like pristine. It's like there's no dust on it. It looks new, but from the way he talks, like this is a super probably old ass book.
at?
There's like not even dust on any of the pedestals. Anyways, the basic color of this is kind of like just a basic like brown hardback. On the bottom left of the book, like right here,
Mhm.
there is like a small gold trend.
Uh-huh.
And make an investigation check. Why not?
Sure.
All of us,
You
or
know-
just
No,
Arissa?
just her, because she's kind of picking up the book and like. I can tell you, as long as
Investigation?
yeah, it shouldn't be too hard.
15.
Fantastic.
Oh, I was gonna say natural one.
You kind of slightly rub
would've-
your as you
I
were
would've liked
picking
it.
up the book and you're like kind of rubbing all over it. You feel like some small bumps or whatever, and you go back to that small gold trend that was on the bottom, and you can kind of rub your fingers down it, and there's like a couple of small bumps.
Do those bumps correlate with anything on the pedestal?
No. on the
Okay.
pedestal, oops, there tends to be a yeah, not what I fucking want, like a phrase on there, right? And as you go to look at it, like one of the phrases is it might be far from the point, but I'm not a mistake. In fact, I fix yours. What am I? And it's like you look at it and it's like it's a fucking riddle. And it's on
I
there's
hate
different
riddles.
there's different ones on each of these pedestals.
You have a list of riddles for us?
I can tell you each one.
Crap.
I mean, we're looking. So if say it has like bumps on it, and there's gold trim. I assume gold trim books, like from what I remember when we were in the library itself, did I see books with golden trims like that?
That's a good
There
question.
were
Seagull trim books.
there were numerous, not only just numerous books of different colors, some just a pure color of whatever it was. There is some that had like could been a gold trim at the bottom, at the top, the whole thing. There was multiple different styles.
What's the riddle on the pedestal that still has a book?
That one, I want to say the one I just said was the one like she lifted up, and that was what she read. And on the title of this book that you picked up, it says Gods and Fire.
What was the riddle? It was something about on the point.
It says I can give me a second. Da da da. You guys have fun with that. It's like that's what it says underneath the book that she just picked up.
I'm gonna detect magic on the thing and see what kind of type of magic the book gives off. What's the type of magic on this book specifically?
The type of magic.
Yeah, like abjuration, conjuration, evocation, all those shenanigans.
It's weird. It's more of like an enchantment, but it's like a little bit of strings, but you mostly enchantment, if not like 99% enchantment. We'll just go with enchantment.
No, because like the type is makes it narrow. Like I'm gonna, having felt the book, like original speech, there's like weird ridges on it, like bumps on the book, that I don't normally shouldn't be on books. So maybe we're looking for books that have that. That's the thing. You can look at the riddle. I'm gonna go quickly. You can go do you here. I hate riddles. Absolutely never will solve them.
Riddles?
That's,
Nope,
that's
nope,
not
I'm with
that's
you.
not my
With you.
that's not my deal. I'm horrendous at riddles.
I don't even
I
like
like
them. Nope.
Anyway, I'm gonna go check what the other books have for
That's a
for
good
magic on them.
point. Zoe sucks at riddles as well, so he's just going to follow. If I was my other character, I 100% would be focusing on the riddles.
Leave it to Jerome then. Have fun with that.
Marissa, you can make an intelligence check if you would like to try to figure out if you want to try to figure out about these bumps. It's like in a weird order.
Yeah, is it language?
No.
18.
Well, technically, yes,
Like,
technically.
Riddle. Blind
18.
people.
It is Braille.
Yeah, I
Yay.
assume. Oh,
It's Braille.
or it's just like gets up, goes back. Comprehend languages. I need to touch it, but I can read it when I touch it.
As you do it, you kind of like rubbing your hand across it, and it's almost like the whatever the bumps are, like slowly, just in a very on a tiny bit book, just kind of slowly wave into something you can read, and it's like 164.
Okay, I just look at Sophia. 164. What does that say to you?
The books are numbered. Wow.
Is there a page in the book that might be 164?
Opens the book. Starts flipping to the page.
There is a page on there. You get to the page and it's talking about how, like, on the specific of 164, it's talking about how, like, how gods created a lot of beings, whether humanoid or animals, and it's like that fire is like in all of us, and it's just pretty much going on. You could probably get a hint that about fire is like the creation of everything.
Okay, well, good information. I really like the message. But
Is there anything, if you used magic, is there anything magical on this page? Like anything
I mean, the entire
invisible
book
to
was
the naked eye? But I mean on this page specifically, maybe, or...
I mean, I could look. Is there? I mean, I could just sit there like cast
if you
presentation.
if you use, let's say, your burning hand, right, to kind of slightly hover over it, as you do, it looks weird. The words are changing to something. It's just this page. It looks like it's changing to something, but it's all jumbled up.
So is it like all jumbled, like as in?
Like
It covers
the
the
page
fire
itself
middle.
that you were reading that was talking about, like, the natural fire of these gods that made that created all these humanoids and what might created planets and so on and so forth.
So
And
is it a
you
specific
you
kind of
have
art?
your hand slightly over it, and just this page, not the other side. It's just this page. It's like the words get mixed into something, but it's like it's just a jumbled mess.
Shit.
And then when you kind of like take your hand away, it's like it goes back to what it was.
And what happens if I touch it if I put it all the way on it?
Do you touch the book with your burning hand?
No, I'm just gonna put my normal hand on it, see if it does anything.
Nothing.
Yes, burn the book.
I just cast.
book.
I no, I just cast light on light on the book first.
Nothing happens.
Nothing. I just look at him.
Burn the book. No, I'm not saying that.
Let me.
Zoe
get
isn't
my
actually
dice-
saying burn
Let
the
me
book.
get my dice
like
out, see if
Clay is.
Marissa's doing it.
Are,
Like, Marissa's
are
having.
we sure he's not?
No, Zoe isn't. Zoe's just sitting here watching this like, I have
I
no
hate my
idea what's
life.
going on.
I
Why
hate
is she
my
holding
life.
her
Why did
burning
I
hand
roll
up
low?
to the book?
Why did I roll low? Why did I fucking roll low? I'm doing it.
Zoe has low wisdom and intelligence.
What did you roll?
I rolled fucking 4.
What were you trying to do?
You can reroll.
Like, no. I'm trying to figure out if Marissa's gonna try to cast a fire spell on the book or not. And Ursa's gonna cast Firebolt on the book.
No.
Like she said, like brings out the heat of the book and see what it does.
You
So, like, the actual page that you're on.
you start to like get ready to cast, and like
I'm just like she's like not actually casting, but like
It's-
as in casting. It's like I'm just trying to see what it does.
it does the same thing.
I don't like this. Ursa just thinks about how fucking pissed the guy's gonna be. He's like, I'm not learning anything. I've closed the book. Something.
Joram speaks up. What all did that page say?
About fire and how important. I was just like the source of creation, like everything essentially. And when I put heat next to it, it became jumbled up.
Maybe you could read it, Jerome.
Magical heat?
Yeah.
Magical heat.
Were they telling me about we should put actual heat to it?
I cast prestidigitation and make it warmer.
Nothing happens.
No, we need actual flame. Like actual.
Oh, you need fire.
Um,
Pull out my tinderbox. I've got fire.
Joram slaps your hand. Slifarius, who's staring, kind of looks towards the wall that is a, kind of like a hanging lantern that's, been covered up like the rest of the places that was in here. He walks over and gets like, kind of like a small little candle that's in there. Here. And kind of like hands it over, and you take it. As you hold it next to the book, the fire that was on it, all the words seem to be melted away. And as you're looking at this, nobody else sees this. To the rest of you, nothing happened. Arissa, since you're the one doing it, all the words melted away, and then you just see like, looks like a small bit of like fire is writing words in the book in this specific page, and it says, "Thank you, Arissa. You're on the right track. Please help them, as something is not right." And there's just like a AM next to like the bottom left, almost like a signature.
Right, so, guys, good news. We're on the right track. But we should hurry up.
Okay, okay.
All
So-
right.
So what we're looking for from if I wrap my hand around puzzles, what we're looking for books that have like, and she like just gives like each to feel the book. We're looking for books that have
Yeah.
this thing, like the like special markings. We're looking for those, and then we have to go look for that specific page and then do something. Like, so if we do something to that page, based on the theme of the book, we know it's the book we're looking for.
Oh, well, I guess it's time to go feel
So
some books.
I guess I will also go to all the other people that are there and just like, this is what we're looking for, these kind of things.
They-
And then,
Start looking.
They all, take in the information. Glenn, who's just like kind of shaking as you give it to him, because he's just like, I fucked up so hard, I fucked up so hard, I fucked up so hard.
and it's
Stay
like,
here, Glenn.
Glenn, you're gonna be no. Glenn is gonna do his utmost, his super best. He's gonna be responsible for getting most of the books back. I believe in him.
I am.
What's that?
Trying to fix your mistakes. Yay!
If you find books that feel like weird like this is language, okay, for people who can't see. So if you feel anything like that, just bring it to Sophia, bring it to him, and he like, just don't do anything stupid. Just bring it to him, and he'll know what to do.
Sliffer says he will like stay here and kind of kind of like stay here as a guard.
Mm.
And a keynote to slight backtrack as you were looking at that page and it was telling you this stuff. It gave you a name to the next book.
Oh, okay.
Okay, book after book after book, I
It
guess.
talked about it didn't give you the like exact freaking name.
Mm.
Why not? No.
But it gave you something about bringing water to life.
What did it life?
Almost like
Okay.
it's a clue, but it's not giving you the actual name. I mean, you don't know, it could be the actual name, but
What is it life? I mean, it depends on how deep I want to how deep you want to.
We
look
could
at-
go with elementals, or maybe just look for water.
What elemental?
I could go look at elemental with someone.
I
Maybe
mean-
someone else go look at water.
I mean, are there books like specifically about what elementals? What's it alive, right? I mean, we can send people
I
in
look
all
at
directions.
Lefarius.
We can go in all directions. Like one person can go to water, one person can go to elemental, another person can go to Well, if you had
I
water,
mean,
you already
water
had
and
water.
water elemental,
Yeah,
yeah.
they're already there, right?
Yeah.
But you can also look at evolution, creation. That's like
Oh,
that kind
yes,
of deal.
that would make sense. Life.
So
Or
you,
maybe we just flood the whole library and see what happens.
so
It was a
all,
joke.
so is everybody just scattering amongst the library?
Yep.
Yep.
I'll go look at elemental, I guess.
So
I
go
think
look at
some
the
people
wall.
are going to water.
I'll keep an eye on Zoe so he doesn't accidentally vandalize
I'm
and
not
destroy
going
the
to burn
library.
it down, it was a joke.
Bad joke.
Joram, who kind of
It was all aimed at Joram. I'm just trying to make him
he
nervous.
stays behind to look at all of the pedestals just in case, as you guys feeling like you got on the clue to go look at other things. So
Bunch
him
of
and Swift
spoil
Darius is kind of
sports.
like sitting in there. Everybody pretty much just scatters and heads through the library to find these books. So so elemental, water, and was there something else
Look
or
at life.
Water elemental.
Alright,
Is it
water
for
elemental's
life?
like right next to it.
okay?
What was
So,
it like evolution?
Yeah,
so first
evolution.
off, here, if you're searching the W's for water or whatever, who would ever be searching for that? Go put your token next to that area.
Sure, I'll go
I
look
can't
at the water.
control my token.
Where did you want? Where did
You
you want to
said
go? You want to go
he
to
said
the
he was
elemental,
going
right?
elemental, I think so.
I'll go to water
Yeah.
then, sure.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
life would probably be an L then.
Okay.
Life forms. So just.
So yeah. Oops. Sorry, people. So yeah, you're up there. You have full health again, just so you're aware.
Yeah, I was about to say, let me fix my health. I don't know why it's so low.
So you're over there. We're gonna go to this. I want to go to that page too.
When you have too big of a map, but not enough space for it.
Exactly.
Ah,
Forget me. He is in the elemental section, and Tay said,
That she would watch me and make sure I don't burn the place down.
Yeah.
It was a joke, but apparently no one here has high enough insight to tell when
Uh,
someone's joking.
I am going to use.
Nope, I'm not proficient in that, so I don't know if you're
I
lying
just
or
want to
not.
use these people. These people are the librarians, so ignore the way they look.
I'm also very good at lying, so I guess my sarcasm probably just sounds like I'm being honest.
Get
Yep.
a couple.
At least Zoe's good at lying.
Let's get a couple of these guys in here. I think there's supposed to be 6, right?
you said there was 8 people, and there's the counting the,
Yeah, there's
the guy in the
6.
front and the main guy. So
So
Yeah,
we'll have him check.
I mean,
that.
some
with
of
the
them
guy
might
in the
find
front.
some of them might find books that are what we're looking for, regardless of the clue, right?
yeah.
Yeah,
I was
so
about to say, maybe
they're
find
just
something.
they're looking for a
Gold trim with bumps.
Yeah, bumps in general.
Yeah,
Because
Grab
I
all
think
the
the
books
bumps,
full
the
of
bumps
books.
is the main giveaway.
yeah.
Yeah.
So there's some down there. Up top where some of you guys are. Paste. There's one on the other side of the owl, Akuma, and one over here. Okay, cool. That's fantastic. Everybody roll investigation.
Investigation.
I have a -1. That's a
Oh, yeah.
4 total.
This isn't gonna go well.
25.
Tay, what do you roll on your investigation?
Oh,
I got a
Sitting-
13.
Natural one.
Natural 1.
I got a
I'll
4
take-
total, you got a natural 1.
Yeah, I'll take 13. It's not the worst, but it could be better, you know.
I have more than all of you combined.
Yeah, I know.
yes.
We know.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that hard, you just have to have a 17 or higher. And
Okay,
you
so-
probably already have a 10.
You just have to have
Um,
better.
Let's see. Arissa, you're kind of like not necessarily coming up with anything.
Okay, not here.
Akuma, you're still searching.
Yeah.
Go down.
He's just climbing on me, making sure I'm not burning books.
No.
She rolled a natural 1, I rolled a 4.
So you're still looking. Tay, you kind of just randomly picked a book, and
Pick the right one.
She's certain. I hope she's just certain it's the right one.
hey, you picked up a book,
Oh crap!
and your
did I-
danger sense is just fucking flying off the charts.
oh god! I'm gonna throw it too.
As you feel like you heard something. If you want to make a perception with advantage, you can.
Natural 20.
Natural 20. Fuck, nice.
Tay, you know the sound of combat.
Oh,
You know the sound of somebody dying. Doesn't matter how quiet it is. And right before you get towards like kind of like the hallway, we'll move him right there. So like right before you, once you get right here, you see this individual is laying face like kind of like face down, and it's hard to kind of see as the lighting is still dim. But as you're staring at this and you're like about to say something, like all the lighting just goes out. Like all the candles as they just all go out. Some of you who are
Nice.
still
Natural one was good. Nice.
some of you who are still looking, like you notice this, but like Akuma, you're just like, you know, given a second and your dark vision kind of kicks in and you're like, continue looking. Zoe, you are just looking. You didn't even notice it. You're just looking.
Yeah, I have 120 feet of dark vision. I probably don't even see that the lighting has.
Arissa, you yourself, you kind of like, the fuck? And I'll say you kind of like light up your hand as you're trying to still look around.
I mean, I'm gonna react to it. It's like, this is weird. It's like, I'm gonna be like,
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Well,
And
Do I?
and
do I get a chance
before
to
you,
say anything?
like before you say something, as that happens, you kind of like also seeing this. You see something kind of swirl all the way straight up, and kind of where you are, you kind of like look, and you see looks like shadows start to sit down and disappear into the darkness.
You point it out.
Now, if
Yeah.
you wanted to say something,
We got a dead body over here.
What in the? I dropped the book I'm currently looking at. Just let it fall.
I'm just gonna like as
I'll
a
come
response-
looking.
5, 10,
I think as a response to that is like I'm just gonna
25,
be
30, 35.
readying my spells and everything. I'm just
40.
gonna get ready for
I'll
combat.
follow Tay
Like
to
that.
look at it.
Indeed. If I've heard someone's dead, I'm like, oh, okay. Well,
Okay.
time to get serious.
so you guys shift shift to that, and you can see others who like are coming. Pretty much just everybody comes. You see it is Glenn, who looks like his throat was cut,
Well, we got.
and there's just blood splatter.
Crappy first. You had a really crappy first day.
Someone's revenge. This has turned into a
Who
murder.
would want him dead?
Everyone.
Everybody's just kind of like looking and like whispering, like,
It was nefarious.
"Does we should go check downstairs just in case?" And as you all kind of go down, like Joram and Slifer is kind of both meeting you, like coming up the staircase and stuff. What was that noise?
Someone's
I
dead.
point to Glenn.
You lead him over there, and Slifer is just like kind of goes down and like checks him. We need to protect that area at all costs. And he quickly gets up and he's just, we need to find those books now. And he goes back down. Joram is like, I'm gonna go back that way, guys.
Yes, stay
and
safe.
he-
Maybe we should stay in a group, like 2 people per group at least. So, Joram, you need to have at least one person with you.
I
Like,
got
maybe stick with
Slefarius! as
Okay.
he runs, as he just runs down.
Oh, okay. Guess we're gonna do this the hard way.
Everybody like seeing this just quickly goes back into trying to desperately find
In groups of two. Groups of two, everyone. Groups of two.
in groups of two.
Find someone in this dang library. It's huge.
Hey, shouldn't we do groups of 3 instead of groups of 2? What if the one of the 2 is the killer?
That's a good point.
I was about to say. We're
We'll
both-
So-
find out when the next person dies.
just in case, I would like everybody to roll initiative.
I need to put my token out
I
here.
rolled a 19.
I'm gonna put mine on here because
I don't know.
Oh yeah,
what
that's
my
right. Y'all
modifier
two
is.
just
I rolled a 19.
put them on here and then take them off. You
Oh
rolled
my
a
god, I
19.
rolled a fucking 16. That's so high for me.
Let me change this.
6, yes.
9.
There you go.
9. I don't know what my modifier is, but I rolled 19. I think I have a plus something.
Oh, yeah,
I
have
just
to
keep
put
it
my
as
token on
19.
there, or it won't keep it there.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
Modifier
if your
doesn't
token
matter.
has to be on here, just put it in the bottom left or bottom right. It doesn't matter. Just
I'll just put
out
it
of the
in
way.
corner. I'll have to re-roll that. Oh,
I'll put it back
that's
at it.
yours.
Too bad. Put it back at a 6.
Put it back. Yes, I was supposed to say, please. I don't want to
Uh,
be 22.
This I will make that is for each of them.
Oh my gosh,
What
that
is
was
my
a nat
dex
20.
modifier, anyways?
Holy
I
zero.
can't see anything.
I didn't have to be
Oh, I think
Uh,
actually dex is my second highest stat,
Your dex is a 2.
so it should be a 21.
Well, you would still be going second.
Yeah,
Yep.
I was just saying.
So, okay. So, Tay, what are you doing? Which is kind of fitting. Tay and Zoe are together, so.
So, let's,
Yes.
look for the book and try not to die or light this place on fire, will ya?
So I'll say this: you guys feel like you have not found anything in the E section.
Let's check, can we check? I don't know what.
I mean, there's 26 sections to check. I mean, just go to the next one. Even if you don't find the water
go.
book, you could find another book.
Yeah, let's go F. Let's go to the F section.
Do I have locate object, Joseph? Just out of
The F
curiosity.
object.
Negative. You do
What?
Not, you do not.
Okay. I thought I had a locate spell. I don't know what it. Maybe I'm just confused with my other character
Probably because
or something.
see nothing of a location on here.
Okay. Okay, never mind.
'Kay.
I'll just follow Tay. I genuinely have no idea where to go. My wisdom's lower than hers, and my intelligence is about equal. I just know how to read. Uh,
It's your
Okay.
your intelligence is lower than mine
So-
too.
Y'all both
Yeah.
go into the F section. If you want to spend your action to do an investigation, you can.
I just happen to have learned how to read. I'll search.
Yep, I'll search too.
Your investigation is a +7, by the way.
It's not a natural, but it is a 1 because it's 2 minus 1.
Did you?
Why is it 2 minus 1?
Isn't my investigation a -1?
Oh
I
no,
thought-
investigation is. I looked at intimidation. It's just a 0, so
Oh.
you got a 2.
Oh my god, that's your one
Okay,
again.
2.
Okay.
1 and 2. High five.
That's
Yeah,
that's perfectly fine.
we are paying attention.
Yeah, that's
I think they is out for blood, not out for books.
that's fine. As you guys are like trying to quickly just spram through this, right? You're trying to just quickly look through. Okay.
We are totally.
Actually. What's your AC?
Mine?
Which
Yeah,
one?
Tay.
16.
16? Okay. Zoe. Tay, you feel like something, like you hear like a swoosh sound, and you kind of like look around, and you're like, "The hell is this?" And as you look, and you see right behind Zoe, it's so incredibly hard to see, but you see almost like a slight outline of something as it stabs into Zoe.
Levistus! I take no damage.
Who takes? Well, it's a surprise.
It's a reaction to taking damage. If I feel damage, I can Tomb of Levistus immediately.
Okay.
It's not a reaction to being attacked. It's a reaction to taking damage.
Okay, so it's you still take the damage.
No, you
No, I react
Because
in the tomb.
Oh, okay, okay,
damage
okay.
instead.
That's
So
fine.
70 hit points of damage shield,
That's fine.
and I lose a whole turn of
you
combat.
just like
but...
you was holding a book and you just like instantly froze.
Oh god, it's
just a pillar of ice
And-
behind you.
And because of that outburst of that ice that just erupted, you lose sight of that figure. Like it blends in with the darkness.
Oh crap.
We
I
are
can't see
going to
anything.
go upstairs where the fun stuff is happening. So,
Yeah, the cool stuff is
you
happening.
guys don't know this is happening at the current moment. What are you guys doing? As I think them two were
Still looking through books.
were you
I
guys
was more scared of taking damage than he is of concerned helping
We
find
don't
this.
know that there's death downstairs. We're just kind of
would you
upstairs. Is our...
would you guys are you guys together or like are you
Oh,
just
obviously
separate?
Obviously, we're not together.
Okay.
No, we're not.
We're like,
Well,
like
this way,
really far away.
just this way to make sure if you wanted to like relocate
Oh,
your figures.
That's hilarious. We're like farthest we could be from each other. That's hilarious.
Okay.
No,
So Larissa, you feel like you see nothing about this title in this section. What are you doing?
I'm gonna have my my servant stand next to me, and I'm gonna put 2 books in his hands for reasons,
Huh.
and then I'm gonna cast detect magic and see if I can find any book that sort of has like the same feeling as that book that I looked at before. Just checking if the easy way, easy way is a way that works.
When you do, it's kind of like what you thought. Everything lights up, and it all looks the same level. Like the 2 books, they're like the exact same level, like in a frequency. If you was looking at it in terms of magic, like everything looks the same.
No, just double checking. And I just take a quick glance around us in case anything sneaky is around.
So far, everything seems fine. Because
Yeah,
I'll
I
say
don't-
at this moment, this first round is like all of you looking at the same time. So the next round will be when you guys like hear like something like somebody being encased in ice. Like you'll hear these sounds, but at this current moment, it's all of you were just looking. Do
I
you
guess I'll.
go anywhere?
I mean, considering that this shelf didn't did I not like checking for the title obviously, but did I also not feel any things?
As in,
The braille, did I feel any of that on any of the books when I was looking for things? Because that's what she was doing as well.
no,
like
you did not.
Okay, then I'll just move on to
And
the-
again, just to make sure you guys like are aware, like for an example, this would be like the W section, right? And I'm including that when you guys do like a search, you guys are definitely searching this entire side by side sections.
Oh, of course. You're there.
So-
You're there. Search
I guess,
everything.
I guess I'll just move. I guess just move to another one. Doesn't matter. Like the R one. I don't
Yeah.
care.
Okay. You. Oh, sorry.
I just moved myself.
No, yeah, I shouldn't have. All right. Go ahead and make an investigation.
Both of us
Sure.
are just.
No me. It's my turn.
And-
Can it do?
and this is
27. It goes
actually
up.
doing that. Okay, so you spend the rest of your turn looking in the R section. These people, they shift kind of like to the next shelving area. Um, okay. Okay. Actually, no. Surprising. Okay. No, yeah.
Yeah, no, maybe. Yes,
I don't know what I want to do. Yeah, that works.
Yes, no, maybe. Maybe yes, maybe no.
There's definitely screams like right on the other side of the balcony.
Oh, well, it's a good thing there's a balcony right there, isn't there?
Fucking at the edge.
Akuma.
Yes. Investigation roll?
Looking at something. Okay. You searching through your area, you actually get to right here.
Wow.
Right?
Nice.
You're this is the whole L section and you're looking
Another L.
and
Another form.
you find a book that has some slight bumps on it and a little bit of gold at the bottom left or on the bottom trim.
Oh, I hope this is it.
Um,
Cool.
you go to pull it out, and this book is like of a slight different color. The gold trim is not completely at the bottom; it's just like slightly higher. But this is called the Life in Water.
Oh.
Aqua World.
You, what do you do? You think you found it?
Yeah, I think I found it, so I guess I'll head back.
Get it to the room now.
Yeah, she's coming. And also,
Before you are killed.
I was about to say, just because no one's around, she's also gonna run because she hates being alone. I don't know why
Okay.
the hell she
Horror
wants
movie logic.
that. Yes, exactly. It's a bad
Just
decision.
don't
I'm
trip.
gonna run back to
Just
the
don't
room.
trip.
Okay.
Don't trip.
And if I have to, I can always fly too. It's just like
Go
fly
ahead
down
and
through the
move
balcony.
your movement speed.
I was about to say I can also fly down through the balcony all the way down where that room is, right?
I mean,
That's where the room is, right?
it depends on what you're doing. I'm going. You guys haven't technically used your action unless you
Yeah, I'm
are
just curious whether or
searching a
not-
new area. You
Yeah,
found
I
this
wanted to
going
know.
off of your first investigation before whatever, like
So
the
you
dead
could
body. and all.
cast fly and use the 60-foot fly speed.
Isn't
Yeah.
fly like 30 on? Does it increase
Is
to
it
60?
No, I think regular fly is 60-foot fly speed.
Yeah, it could be that I
Speed,
confused it.
yeah.
Yeah, you're correct. It's 60 feet.
Mine
Yeah,
is
it's
only
faster
30
than-
feet because of its a genie
Yeah.
power.
That's
I was
why I got
about to say,
confused.
because like my normal speed is only 30, so 60 would be better, so I could fly. Yeah.
Okay.
Down.
Well, plus you could fly down the balcony and
Exactly. Just
so what
go
are you
down
doing?
quicker. Yeah, I'll fly down. If I can use magic. I think you can still use magic in here, it's just not supposed
You-
to. But...
it's discouraged. I think.
You kind of focus on yourself and like give yourself that flight ability, and you can feel yourself being lighter as you can cast.
I will take that spell slot.
As you start to move your way down, go ahead and move your movement speed, please.
Let me look and see. It's gotta make sure I measure this right. That's 40. There it is. I found it.
You can move another 30.
Oh.
Yeah,
that's-
because you're now 60 if you're
Mhm.
flying.
Oh, okay. Well, that was 60. No, 60's right there. And
Okay.
right there.
As you kind of start to go up and try to go like down the hole, you feel a cut across your arm. You take in total 21 damage,
Oh my god. What the fucking hell?
and
So glad I shielded.
Well, technically I should have shield up, but I don't.
uh,
Math.
your strength is reduced by 2.
How much damage was that again? It was like. Oop, that's my count.
21.
You took 21 damage.
Minus 20.
And your strength is down by 2.
Oof.
And
Isn't
so
that like half
on-
our health?
on your character sheet,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Keep in mind what your strength is, but reduce the 8 to a 6.
On the bigger numbers?
Yeah.
Oh, the 8. I see.
What
so
happens
it's
if your
usually-
strength goes to 0?
So
You
it's
can't move.
what do you want me to change
You
it
really
to?
want to find out? Go to 0.
Okay.
It goes to a 6.
Not to me.
Okay. Okay. There you go. Not that mine was great anyways to start. Negative 2. Yeah, that'd be like a negative.
But you're down at the bottom.
Well,
So
I'm gonna
now-
You're weak.
I mean, it
You're,
could be
you're
worse.
about as
We
weak
could be
as
dealing with.
Magor.
We now go
could
back-
Be dealing with intellect devours. Could be worse.
We now go back to Tay and Zoe. So now all of you are starting to hear what sounds like
Ooh,
combat. Yeah, so you're now down here.
Yeah, probably on top of whatever. I mean,
It's a table.
I'm
So you're
frozen
kinda, like,
until the end
covered.
of my next turn.
Yeah, so Tay, what are you doing? Like, you see Zoe just like block of ice, and you thought you saw like this shadowy figure like right above him, and then it's just like it's gone.
Can I Is he like frozen solid to the ground?
I
Yeah,
think I'm just surrounded by
Well-
a pillar of ice. I don't know what that means.
I mean, I'm gonna look at it as like parts of it. You can see like a little bit of ice is kind of like stuck on the ground.
Go away. Just chisel the ice away. I mean, if you deal all 70 points, the ice technically fades before my turn, but
Nope, not even gonna worry about it. I'm gonna.
how many of the 70 points are missing, by the way, Joseph?
You don't know.
Hmm.
I'm gonna keep this a
Um,
mystery to you since you are
I'm just
Icy.
gonna consider that it was as much, if not more, as Akuma's damage, and be glad I
I'm
didn't lose my
gonna-
strength.
I'm gonna jump. I'm gonna try and get around him and see if that shadowy figure is right there.
okay.
Behind him.
You
That thing almost killed me with one hit. That's not a
you
good
move
will-
over there and
sign. A hit like that and I'm done for.
what was your AC?
I will. 16.
Okay.
I would also like to rage.
Okay. As you moved
Before
away,
or after your hit?
as you moved away, you take 19 damage.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's with a sprout.
And your strength is reduced to by 3.
Oh, that's even
Oh, it's a
Oh.
roll. It's not just a flat number. It's a roll to see how much it's reduced by.
that's
Oh, that's a little scarier.
supposed to say, where is that room located from down here? Like from
It's just straight to the back.
19.
Oh, cool.
So the
Oh,
back is the very
19.
bottom. Like, think of kind of like
This
where
one
you
here?
are. No, that's the entrance. Like to the bottom of the page. It's just straight down.
Here? Seriously?
I don't have a opening for it.
Well, just like, I don't know, put a block of black.
Forgot.
Good enough for me. If I have to go all the way
That-
freaking down there, I'll not make that. Nope.
Sure,
That's
it's like
It's like dimension door.
it's like right there.
Oh, thank you.
Can
Yeah.
I swing my axe see if I hit something?
Sure. You would make
Let's have a
a
look.
attack with disadvantage.
Reckless.
Then just a
Yeah, I can make
regular attack. 19. Okay, yeah, go ahead and do some damage. Okay. You don't know if you hit anything, I ain't telling you.
One more attack.
that. It's just there for me to remember what I've used. Anyway.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and do some damage. Okay.
Gosh, dang.
I'm still ain't gonna tell you if anything happens. So, is that anything else you do?
can't really do anything else.
Okay. You know what? I want to just go ahead and change this because why not, right? Oh no. I'm so
That's
sorry,
too
guys.
many
I
faces.
don't know how long we've been. I don't know how long we've been muted.
Ooh.
But it'd be fine, guys. Shit's happening. People are dying. They found, just in case, quick recap. The Life in the Water was one of the books that they found, and Roots of the Ancients they found. Akuma went all the way down to the bottom and found what might lead to another thing that it says if people could tell the truth. Anyways, all right, back up. I have to figure out what happened. So yeah, Tay, what are you doing?
I threw my hand axes over where I got hit last time.
Okay. I mean, you can roll damage.
Okay, first one.
Okay.
17. Second one.
Okay.
5.
It's not.
Do they hit anything when I throw them?
You have no idea.
They just oh god, they disappeared?
Like,
got those, I did.
you throw them and they go through and they just it's like you just threw an object and it landed. You have no idea if even when you swung your axe, you don't know if you there's nothing that felt different, so you don't know if you're hitting anything or not.
Find that book, I think.
I don't see anything in front of me, right?
No.
They just yelled it was in front of me. What does detect evil and good do, Joseph? I think it's undead, fiends, and something else, right?
Celestials.
Detect
Fae fiends-
undead
fae-
or detect good and evil?
Detect evil and good.
Fae Fiend Celestial.
Fae, fiend, celestial.
I'm quite sure it's.
I just want to double check.
Yeah, aberration, celestials, elemental, fae, fiend, and undead.
I will go ahead and cast detect good and evil because I can't see anything. I don't know what we're dealing with exactly, and I have nothing to cast as the invisibility. So I'll cast this and hope maybe it helps.
Okay.
At least.
At this current moment, nothing is popping up on your radar.
Okay, just stand back to back and try to be cautious.
Are you guys doing anything, going anywhere, or are you just staying there?
I mean, if you want to walk somewhere, we can try to walk together. Just stay back to back.
I'm just
though.
letting you guys know you're on a timetable.
Yeah, let's do that. That's a good idea, so.
Okay, so y'all just standing back to back?
Walking.
Wait, let's go to the next section. Walk back to back.
Which section?
We're in F, right? So we'll just go to the next letter up.
You guys were recently in E, or are you going downwards?
We're
Yeah,
going downwards to K.
G, I guess. Right?
Well, G's all the way over here, and I don't think you guys
Wait.
have 80 feet of
F,
movement.
G.
K.
If we went from E to F, because you said we were in section F, the next one would be G, right?
Well, yes, but it's 70 feet away from you guys.
So you just go to K. Like K is directly below you.
Okay,
K
just
is-
go to K then.
Okay. You guys pretty much head over to slightly
Staying back
past.
to back.
I'll say this: you guys are standing back to back, passing over Glenn's body.
Good job, Glenn. Good job.
As you kind of go down to K, you do detect one that's hanging slightly above Glenn.
like directly above him?
Not directly above, but it's close.
There's something above Glenn.
But that is the end of y'all's turn.
And if you have the chance to look, I'll glance around Kay.
Your action was to cast that magic.
Okay.
So you will have to use an action to search.
Okay.
Okay. So we will go to Orissa. What are you doing?
Looking for books. I have haste. I'm hasted, so I can look twice. I
Okay.
have double action.
Investigation.
Sure. Should I do it? Nah, fuck it. I'll just roll a straight one. I'm gonna reroll that one because I don't want that one.
I don't blame you.
A 2, a 10. I mean, it's
Okay.
not one.
Alright. At this current moment, there's nothing that you can find or see.
Well, since I'm hasted, I'm gonna go to the next and look again. Look for more things. I'm just hasted and looking. That's all I'm doing.
Okay. Oh shit. As you start to walk away, God.
I mean, I'm just gonna point out, if you want to hit me, I'm gonna have shield as a reaction. You need to have 23 or higher.
It's a natural 20 with a 24.
Ooh.
Here comes the next point of my fucking bullshit class.
Or reroll.
Reroll that because I'm lucky.
Is it something that you can see?
Oh.
Let me see.
That's a good point.
When an attack roll is made against you.
So it's you don't have to see the
Let's
creature.
see it. When an attack roll is made against me.
Just like, man.
Fair enough.
I mean, guess it comes into play, right? I mean, if it's a natural 20, I'm like, fuck my life. I want to get critted on.
Well, it's a 20.
And then it doesn't hit me anymore.
Okay.
Hasted shield. Everything is going up. I'm burning spell slots like a maniac, but it's working out.
Okay, well, go ahead and move your token to whatever section you were going into,
The
and
next one is straight over.
if you wanted to make an investigation, you can. Yeah.
Sure.
I have a feeling it's in the teas.
Shield stays up till the end of your turn, right?
Yeah, and my next turn. And on my turn, sorry. It'll start on my next turn, sorry.
Oh, 18.
18.
Okay. So, I'll say. Okay, I'll let you know what you find out of those two on your next.
Mm.
You see that these guys, he's like running, and this one's kind of like running at this point. Down
Running
low.
away or-
This one is now going upstairs. So we'll move back upstairs. I want to take you. I want to copy. And hey, look, you're right there. All right, Akuma.
Lovely.
You are technically downstairs underground. What are you doing?
That's a good question. While everybody else is looking, I guess I should probably go back out and look.
Okay, so are you just going your normal, technically, your flight speed? Are you going just back out? Because that would pretty much just put you right here. You can use your action to dash or do whatever. It would just put you pretty much, again, back at the bottom.
That is true. Well, it depends. Those guys are searching on the bottom, and those guys just went up to the top. I guess I have to go back upstairs for the room I have. It's kind of other than TV, really.
So what are you doing?
I have to go back upstairs.
Okay, so you, let's see. I'll say you, if you were to go take the staircase, either left or right, you would get just upstairs.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so which left or right?
I think the right would be where the P is on that section.
Okay, so you're right there. So that would be the end of your turn.
Awesome.
Tay, what are you guys doing?
We're back to back, and
Dude,
he said there's somebody.
Can I sense what this thing is? Using detect evil and good, can I sense if it's celestial, fiend, aberrant?
I'll lean towards more aberration.
I would have yelled out.
It's
then
like
as soon as
it's
I
like an
sensed it.
undead aberration.
As soon as I sensed it, I would have yelled out that it seemed to be an undead aberration, which sounds like something from the Shadowfell, sort of, to me.
Okay.
But I would have just yelled out, "It's undead aberration."
I don't even think I have anything specifically for them.
Okay. Are you doing anything? You said you wanted
I
to
would-
search, right?
I would tell Tay to just search if I can say a free action. We should just look for now.
Just you saying out loud is not an action. If you, what do you want to use your action for? Is what I'm trying to go for.
I want to use
Okay.
it to search.
Okay, then go ahead and make an investigation.
I'll help him search. Can I help him by giving him advantage?
That will it will give him
I think you
advantage,
have the better.
but it will use your
modifier,
action if
so
you would have
maybe
helped
I
him.
should help you.
Investigation.
You have a
If,
zero, I
again,
have a
if
-1,
any of
right?
you want to do it, that's fine. And if you want
What's
to
my
help,
modifier?
if one of you want to help, that's fine. But it will use your actions.
What's my modifier? 0 or
investigation?
-1?
It's just 0.
Okay, so it doesn't really matter. I'll go ahead and do it then if you want.
So you gain advantage because he's helping you.
How do I? Can I flip? Is it adjusting?
A natural 20.
That's a 20. Yeah.
Okay. As
It scared me.
as Tay's
The
trying to
other
help
one's
you,
a 12, but
as Tay's trying to quickly help you look through and read some stuff, we'll get back to you.
the disaster duo has found something.
Yes! Even a broken clock works twice a day!
Marissa, if you'll go ahead and also roll a d20 for me.
Oops.
15. Going up in the world.
Make a charisma saving throw.
Eight.
Okay. You are going through, and you're trying to find, you don't find anything in the S. You're just like, no, there's nothing here. And then, like, as you go, you kind of like one of those, Matrix things where you just feel like something was, like, coming right, and you just, like, slide under it. And you're just like, your eyes are wide open, like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. And you just keep booking. And you quickly just grab the corner of the bookshelf and just kind of head in. You're just, like, fucking on crack, speed searching through everything. I feel like I wish I didn't have you in close to the fucking top, as you're a dick to me. You find another book.
Hey.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
I mean, I'm burning everything to get the book, so don't worry about it. It's costing me.
It is called Tree of the Land.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But that is the book you come across.
Yay.
And once again, the goading, it's pretty much any of these books you find, it's going to be shifted. It's not all in one location.
One's like at the top, one's in the middle, one's slightly between.
Yeah, if I would say this,
One's stuck in the land.
if you put all the books in order, there's a
There's like
gold
4
trim
inside
that,
you.
like, yeah, there's a gold trim that slowly goes down. If you stack them all up, it's almost like, you know, the gold trim just in a diagonal going down. Who is turn? It is their turn.
Is it my turn now? My normal turn, or is it?
Oh
like
yeah,
what I
yeah,
did
yeah,
last
yeah,
time?
yeah. I'm so sorry. Speed rush.
No, it's fine.
Uh,
I'm also speeding. I'm also speeding, so it's like it's a lot of speed here.
So yeah, you got 2 books. What are you doing?
I'm gonna Misty Step to the X, just so
Okay.
that I don't provoke opportunity attacks of anything nearby. So I
Mhm.
just hop over to the X and Misty Step, look the X.
Okay. Investigation. Well. Okay, yeah. So it'd be 1 investigation.
Yeah, because no bonus action. Misty Step is a bonus action.
Ah, even better. So you got 2
I
investigations.
thought out my turn. Investigation. Don't be shit.
Okay.
Well, don't be shit.
And-
Like having done that, if I find something or not, maybe who knows? We'll find out next. I'm gonna go around to the Y and just go on that side and start looking from that side on the Y.
Okay.
And I'll investigate again. 20, going up in the world.
Okay.
That's my turn. Bunch of running, bunch of looking.
Okay. This happens. First off, out of curiosity. Oh, okay, cool. Akuma, as you kind of come upstairs, there's one he took off that way. This person, I'll say it's like you see a dragonborn like with the hair down, just kind of like blood's dripping down, and it's like just fucking running.
Is this the Dragonborn that helped Tay?
Yes.
I feel bad for her, but had to be her, not us.
Orisa.
Hmm.
2 attacks come flying at you.
I got a shield.
18
That's
and
20.
22.
No, it's get a shield.
Do you get 2 reactions?
No,
No,
once you
it
cast
just-
shield, it lasts until the
It
end.
lasts the entire, it lasts until the start of my next turn.
Okay, good.
Shield
So
is
it's
like
like-
one of those spells that
Like,
is
I'll
very
leave it there.
nice.
Do you just kind of leave it up the entire time, or?
No, it just you pop it off and it stays up to your next turn.
Until the
yeah,
It's
start
like
of my next
Tomb
turn.
of
Oh,
Leviscus.
okay.
Tomb of Leviscus was better, and
Okay, I
Yeah.
got you. Alright,
And,
fantastic.
and if you're wondering where my AC is coming from, it's Mage Armor Haste 17.
No,
That's right.
I believe you.
Yeah.
Again,
Yeah,
guys,
it's
I don't
actually
think
really
you
cool
guys
for
will
doing
try
that.
to, and people at home, like, these people are like, we're all good friends. I trust them. If they try to screw something over, they're just ruining it for themselves.
I cast Finger of Death on Tay.
Like, I feel like they'll just be ruining it themselves.
I want my books. Give me my
Wrong
books.
character.
Give me
Okay,
the book.
Akuma,
Yeah.
it is your turn. What are you doing?
Oh, go over to the books. The books. How far can I
You
go?
got
normally?
60 feet.
Oh wow, I can just.
'Cause you're
get to
flying.
The Q section. I can get to the Q section.
You
and start
have
to
an
the
action
Q.
if you want to speed or do another movement. It's up to you.
Well, wait, can I not cast a spell too, or?
I mean, if you want to cast a spell, I'm just saying.
Yeah, mage
you-
armor would be nice.
Okay.
Please. I should have cast it earlier, but you know, ready for your life and all that.
This is probably the one time that we should have had Alistar, because she would have tried to steal the books with gold trim. That would have come in useful. Because she would have known where they already were.
Okay, so what's your mage armor at? Put you at 15, right?
15.
I don't know. Did that ever go up because of level? Or
No,
is
it doesn't go up, but that
No.
doesn't scale like that.
Yeah, it's just a 15. then.
It's just
Uh,
something plus dexterity, right?
21 to hit.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, that's gonna hurt.
We
So,
lose a Akuma.
yeah, probably going down. Except for how much damage was that?
That was 17.
Okay, minus. I'm still up. Barely, but I am up.
Your strength goes down to 3. Like, you go down 3 more strength.
So that's 3.
So you're at a 3 now.
Oh.
And you are
Oh.
feeling
Negative
tired.
4.
You are feeling extremely winded. And
Oh,
so
this is
for
not
people
good.
at home, if any of your abilities go to 0, you die. Straight out.
Oh, okay. Well then, if it is to that point, I definitely might just dimension door back to the room. If I.
That's on your
feel
next
like-
turn. That's on your next turn.
Until
Tay.
someone with some hooks.
It is your turn. You guys were looking, find nothing.
Wait, so with the natural 20, we find nothing?
There's no books there.
Crap!
There's,
Can't go.
there's something over Glenn's body. If we can't find a book, we're gonna kill it.
Kill it.
Okay, should we throw something at it?
What are you doing?
Or should we stab Glenn and make sure he's actually dead and not the evil?
It's still, I still feel it over top of Glenn.
It's
right?
not Glenn. I can tell you it's not Glenn. Glenn
Yeah,
was
I'll
the
point
very
in the
unfortunate
direction.
person.
I'll point over Glenn in the direction of where
It's
I'm
like
sensing this.
slightly hanging over the bookshelf. It's above Glenn, but it's again, it's like hanging on top of the bookshelf. It's almost like it's just it. You're not quite sure if it's leaning over it or if it's like kind of through it.
Is Hex concentration out of curiosity, Joseph?
Pretty sure.
Okay. I won't
I'll
do
look.
that then.
Yes, it is.
Just
Okay.
blast it.
Yeah, I'll just blast it, but Tay's turn first, so if Tay's gonna attack, I'll wait for him.
I'll throw 2 hand axes at the spot that he pointed at.
Okay. Make a regular attack roll.
Regular attack? Alright, I have to rage again too.
It's still just no matter what you do, it's still going to be just a regular attack because he's kind of pointing it out to you. Yeah. Go ahead and roll some damage.
I don't think you can use reckless on ranged attacks, anyways.
No, it's
I think it has to be melee.
But he's pointing it out for you, so.
Yeah.
17 on the first
Okay.
and 6 on the second.
Okay. You see them fly. You don't know if you hit it or not, but it flew.
I hope I don't hit it with those. That'd be very awkward.
So,
I'll fire off some Eldritch Blast.
you don't have to because it's not there.
I don't detect it anymore.
It's gone.
It's gone. I will
When
look at
Tay's
Tay.
axes went through, it's gone.
I'll look at Tay and I'll say it disappeared as soon as your axes went through, and I will bonus action fly on myself. Or did the bookshelves reach all the way to the ceiling, or could you just fly?
It
directly
doesn't.
over?
You could fly over. It's just they're tall. That's all.
Okay. I will bonus action fly and grab Tay, and I'd like to try and fly up and over the bookcase into the next row.
Going
Rather than
into
going
the
around.
Jays.
Yeah, into the next, whatever the next one is,
Okay. So
after the one we're currently in.
I'll,
I thought we were in K's now,
you're in K's.
and we didn't see anything.
You didn't see anything. So I moved you to J's.
Okay.
Because on the bottom level, it's A to K.
Do I
It's-
still have my action, or
it's
did it take
just-
action to carry Tay?
Make a strength check. Make a strength check. If you fail the
I'm
strength check,
-4.
it will be an action. If you,
15 plus 1, I think.
okay, then you didn't do it. You still have your action.
I'd like to look through the J's.
Investigation.
Look at
This
the
dice
J's.
has done me good so far.
How many books do we have, and how many do we need? That's the real
A big
question.
fat one-o.
One more book?
No, he said a 1. He rolled a 1.
Oh, well, I mean, how many more books? We've got. First has 2.
I mean, technically, you honestly,
We
each
don't
of you,
know.
each of you guys don't know. Nobody knows that Akuma found 1. Nobody knows that Arissa found 2.
No, I just
but
wanna know,
as
like,
players-
out of-
That's in your current possession. Those 4. The one that was still downstairs, and the 3 that y'all collected.
So how many more is left?
Technically, again, to players, 5 more.
5.
So many books. Not enough life. I'm dying quicker.
Me.
Maybe stay and guard the books.
So, that was
Stay
y'all's
and guard
turn.
the books down
Arissa,
below.
what is your turn?
I mean, yeah, I spent my turn looking through X and Y.
You quickly look through both of them. As you go through X, which is, well, luckily you're kind of near the end of bookshelves here, you don't see anything. And when you get to Y, you don't see anything. But even while hasted, you feel a heavy presence around you.
Mm.
Especially since you shield and you can see like parts of your shield just being like, think of like tiny little like kind of like magical sparks like of something striking it, and like you're quickly going, so you're not like reacting, but like you just see like little bits of sparks flying as it appears something is like trying to get to you.
I'm gonna do a thing. How tall are the bookcase? How tall is the ceiling?
The ceilings are decently. I mean, you're in. Being on the second level, it's not that further up. I'll say the bookshelves, probably almost like about like right here, if not slightly taller. The think of the height of the ceiling is just a couple of more feet higher.
Okay.
Because
I don't
they've
think you-
they've made additions to the castles and so on and so forth.
All right. I'm gonna Misty Step into Zed.
Okay.
Burning spells. I'm just gonna Misty Step into Zed. Look through Zed.
Okay.
Just
Investigation.
roll investigation. 25.
Okay.
For my that's my hasted action. For my actual action, I am going to cast invisibility on myself. No, actually no, because I lose haste. I'm gonna cast. This is an issue because this spell requires sight. I don't know sight. Of your choice. So here's the oh no, there. Good. It's specified there. Let's see.
And
Oh
just
my God, I
to
want-
make sure you are aware, as you were running, 2 more attacks would have flown your way.
Yeah, I'll just shield again, regardless.
Just throwing that out there.
Yeah. And then look at
Shield's a
V as-
level 1 spell.
Okay, I'll just look at V again. I'll look at V as well, like because then I've had everything on this side.
Okay. One more investigation.
21.
Okay.
That's my turn.
Those people kind of have fled towards the bottom. This one, Akuma, that you see across the way, and you see like this person that appears to be holding. Actually, make a perception just to see if you even notice this.
Oh, 1 second. Perception. Alright, do the right one.
And I'll say this, Arissa, you even see Akuma's like, she is looking awful.
That's an 11.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay, you see the guy across the way, and you see like he's carrying something. You're not sure what. As he gets into this section.
Okay, so luckily he's got a book too.
Akuma, it is now your turn.
No. So much fun to decide on what to do because I'm like, I'm screwed almost any way I think about it, but it depends. Would shield work the same way as it's working for Orisa, or is it because it's...
It depends on what their attack roll is against you.
Yeah.
I mean, I have
So-
extra AC because of haste as well.
Yeah,
Yes.
it only adds a certain amount to
Yeah,
your
your shield, because shield adds +5 bonus. So you would be at a 20 of an AC. And it's just a
But
reaction.
if they rolled a 21 or something like that, it would still hit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
kind
so,
of
like, I'll say this, like, I would have gave it to you if last turn, but because it rolled a 21, it would have beat it regardless.
Yes.
But it's just a reaction if you want to use. So it's not like you cast it, it's just a reaction.
I see, it's a reaction.
So if someone hits you and the number they're hitting with is less than 20, that would be when you use shield.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Well, I could try that if I could hit again, but I was curious on whether or not I can cast a spell and use a healing potion, or is that...
Yeah, but
For
then
you,
also
if you're
be
trying to heal yourself, it is a bonus action.
Okay, and then that means I can't do
And
it.
shield is a reaction. So you don't
Yeah,
have to
so you can
recast it.
you can drink your potion if you want.
Yeah, I was gonna use this. Let's use the very high level potion that the
Which
greater
one was it?
healing.
The
I
greater
have,
healing.
Greater
greater
healing.
healing. I have a greater healing potion.
Was it
that I
greater
got.
or superior? Oh, greater.
Huh?
Okay, then it's 4d4
Yeah.
plus 4.
Yeah, 4d4 plus 4.
Yes. Typing. My greatest. Yes. Could use.
And then it goes up to 8d4
Oh, fuck.
plus 8,
That's
right?
me rolling back. That's me rolling. So I forgot the dot.
On the next one.
Hmm. Oh,
Like
thank
just
you.
copy that without the dot.
Perfect. Thanks. Much faster that way. Nah, yours is better
You
though.
heal up 12 points.
I didn't use it.
Alright.
I always forgot to use the shield spell when I was playing as Vincent.
So,
I was
You
waiting for
have-
shield. I've been sitting on shield for so long.
I was gonna say, I have
So
like
now-
like
so now what are you gonna do?
Yeah. I never
look at it,
remembered
okay.
to.
okay,
I
okay,
think it did
okay,
enough
okay,
to
okay, okay.
Really
What is
use it.
Come on, what are you doing?
Searching for more books now that I'm slightly more healed, and if something tries to attack me, I will react with the shield.
Okay, so where are you going?
So I know that there was a P, but I think Arissa's already found the T if she has told me the T has been.
I mean, you can see that Arissa, you know where Arissa started, and you see that she's now at the end of the line. It's up to you to make the conclusion what you did. What you did.
I say this because of kind of how close she is, and you have dark vision.
You just see like speed.
Like you see, she is carrying what appears to be 2 books, and there's like 2 books floating behind her.
I guess I could offer to take them to Durham instead of standing here.
Which, by the way, make a charisma saving throw.
Charisma, you say? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Give me I'm supposed to be good at those, but I guess not.
Well, at this current moment, both of you cannot tell a lie. So.
Oh, well, can't lie. I've already found the book, one of the books.
Oh, that's right, because
I mean, I can still, I can still talk to you. I still.
It's coming off of something that Arissa's already holding.
Oh.
So you can ask me a question if you want. Like, yeah, that's a free action. Doesn't cost an actual action.
Yeah.
It's
You want to?
not-
I'll say this: if you want to
You
talk to her
want
for a
me to
second,
take
you
the
can.
books and take them to.
Are you asking me something or not?
Yeah. You want me to take those books from you?
Sure, I'll just like.
Like
You know,
it's kind of like thrown at you, and you're kind of like, So what are you doing?
So do I still have my movement then, or?
You have
You
movement
action.
and an action. And a,
So, is
If
there-
you have another 4th level, you could try dimension dooring back down.
She has like
But
3 more 4 levels because of
Yeah.
sorcery points.
yeah, you could just dimension door back to the bottom.
Yeah.
okay.
Mention door and back and down.
Okay. So I'm gonna put you right over there. So you go back down.
She can just teleport next to Jorm and give him the other 2 books.
Just
Hey,
pop.
She is popped in front of the barrier again.
Oh, okay.
sorry.
Um,
More rough than the last time we saw her. Probably a few more cuts.
and you quickly run in and you give the 2 books that Arissa got, to him. Are you doing anything?
Yeah, might as well do these books too. I'm here and I'm doing something.
Okay. So, to save time, the god of fire led to the life and water. The life and water led to the tree of the land. The tree of the land led to roots of the ancient. And the roots of the ancient was the last one that you used that told you the next book. So, it is still if people could tell the truth.
We could tell the truth. I figured as much. And I probably told Arissa that before I left. The whole.
Arissa's like too busy looking, so it's fine.
I'm sure she heard it.
I heard it, but she's too busy looking. She's like, whatever, man. I don't care. Just
Oh, we're
fucking
gonna go
looking.
where Akuma should, go here. Probably
Yeah.
there.
Now we get back to Tay.
Ooh.
Now I
right.
feel like the answer's Earth or something, but or like grounded maybe, but like we already searched those rows, and I feel like with our rolls we felt like
I'll-
we searched them really well.
Yeah, and
But
you guys.
We also don't know the info.
Yeah, you guys don't know the info.
Yeah.
Nobody's talking to you guys.
And Zoe wouldn't know how to solve a puzzle like that anyways. Well, I'll just turn to Tay and I'll be like, I'm absolutely certain there's nothing in this row.
Yes, with
my
both
natural
of
one.
with your investigation last time, there was nothing in this row.
I don't know, you can
Okay,
double
yeah.
check me if you want, but I'm certain there's not, and I'll just start
No, I
flying to
trust
the next
you.
row if she doesn't stop me.
What are you doing?
He's carrying me, so I guess I'll.
I was gonna carry her
got
to the
my
next
last
row. Do I
two.
detect any of those things? Because my flight isn't concentration.
As you go to the I section, it's like something just comes out of nowhere, almost like it reaches above the bookshelves, slicing.
For it?
Zoe, because you're flying, I'll allow you to choose odd or even.
Odd.
Okay.
Interesting.
The 21 hits you, Tay, right?
Yes.
You take
Not me.
19 damage.
Half because she's
Because
raging.
I'm raging.
Yeah.
Radiation.
She.
Raging blazing. Oh, you're laughing about this. We don't want to know.
That's how much points it's.
You lose
decreased by.
4 strength points.
That
Uh-oh.
affects your
Gotta go
attack rolls, doesn't that?
It does.
I don't think I can use my great axe anymore.
Mm. Better get to
It is.
investigating.
It has gotten heavy. Ooh. Ooh. I mean, you're still better than Akuma.
Yeah, I'm pretty bad right now.
So we both still have our actions. So I'll
Yeah.
turn to Tay, and I'll just be like, "You want to
Yeah.
look or shall I?"
if it's.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna look. Do I get advantage for this?
If
Yeah,
he,
I'll give
if
you
he,
help
if he
looking.
wants to help you, then
Yeah, I'll give her help
investigation
looking.
with
We have the same modifier. It doesn't matter.
Okay, then yeah, investigate with advantage.
8.
Fantastic.
Why do you roll so many natural ones? Holy fuck.
Okay.
I don't know.
Arissa, we're back to you.
Did I find anything in my 2 last ones?
Unfortunately not.
Okay, so with those high rolls, that means that nothing is in this anymore.
Yeah, it's probably somewhere here, like the P, for instance. Like how.
But this,
she's
wasn't that
like,
where those other people were?
Yeah, they didn't find anything? No, that one guy actually had a book though. Wait, was it this guy or this guy?
No,
also
no.
Had a book?
The one if they appear to be on one of the circles, like they're gone. Like they went into
You
I
said
would
one
say-
of the guys was holding a book. Which one was it? Going where?
you saw somebody across the way.
It's over here.
But you don't know if he was holding a book. It's just you saw him across the way holding something. Because your perception sucked.
Yeah, I know exactly.
And Arissa didn't see that.
I just practice rolled and rolled a 3 and a 19.
So what are you
That
doing,
makes me
Arissa?
sad.
What did you?
I know, that's why I did it. I just wanted to see what I would get.
Yeah.
I can't remember. Like, so those 2 people were there. Was he talking about those people running with the books on this side, or was it on that side? Because that person's been static the entire time.
I'll say this. I'll say this. She did. I'll say she told you that she saw somebody across the way. That's this way. So you would know
don't see
that
the
somebody
ping.
is
Is it this way?
somebody over there. Oh, you
Like, where
can't
I'm-
see
where
that.
I'm
Sorry.
looking now?
Yeah, you see somebody like that way.
Okay, and these people just ran like bitches.
Yeah, they rang. Like you don't. I'm sure you could probably figure out why, but
I guess. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look in there, so I'm just gonna move up the queue and look in queue.
okay.
Yes, queen.
25 again.
Yeah.
Okay.
And move up in P, look in P as well.
This time, one gets across attacking you instead of 2.
Okay.
I'm sure
What-
your shield is. What was it again?
I mean,
Your
do
AC.
I need to shield even? Are they rolling that high continuously?
Actually no. This one was a 17.
I still have to shield. It's fine.
Okay.
Use up your spells.
All my spells are used. All my first levels are gone now.
But it was only.
I only have 1 spell
It
left.
was only
so-
1 attack, so.
Yeah, it's, I guess just don't want to get hit. And 13 on the other one.
Okay. This one. Okay. Orisa, I'm gonna say you've had light on because I kind of gave you light as you were searching through.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah, it's not concentration. It's just.
yeah. Make a perception check. Not sure it should be disadvantage or not, but we'll see.
Sure. It's probably gonna. Oh, 17.
Okay. You kind of see the person slightly across the way, just for like a quick instant as you're like searching through, and then when you look back, he's not there. Like, just disappears.
Okay.
Um,
Don't know if that's good or bad.
you don't know?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just looking. I'm just looking. That's all I'm doing.
Okay. Akuma, what are you doing? You are currently downstairs.
Well, judging from my stats, if I take, well, you could say one or more hits, it depends on how much they roll, but if they roll a 3?
Hey,
am I right?
I'm telling you right now, time's a ticking.
Oh, yeah, I'm aware. I don't think I'd want to go anywhere, though, since, you know,
It's up to you. What are you
I
doing?
don't really want to kill my character today.
What are you doing?
I think I'm just gonna stay here and help Grum with the books.
That's a
maybe
good
find
enough
out where they-
idea.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna put the books where they belong or something. You know,
Um,
like crystals.
Because you do have to match them with the riddles as well.
Exactly. I'm just gonna start working on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're gonna help Joram, like both of you are gonna try to go ahead and start putting books together?
Yep. Put them
Okay.
where they belong.
Make a intelligence check.
Intelligence. 13.
Okay.
It's
None of these riddles match any of these books.
That is not good.
Joram also mentions the fact that the riddle doesn't even match the book that was still there.
Start placing books on the books or try to see if the book. You're like when you're trying to swipe a card, it's like no. No. No.
You don't know if they belong there or
Yeah.
not. That's the thing.
That makes me think of.
The guy that's doing the barrier. He knows. Do they know anything?
doesn't know
Nobody knows.
Well, I'll change.
Nobody's been in here except for Glenn, who's dead. And Glenn wasn't even paying attention when he was in here.
True. I guess. I'll
But
keep.
Akuma, you are getting a massive headache now.
Yeah.
As you guys are like trying to figure this out, you guys are getting a massive, or you are getting a massive headache.
No, I hate that. Not the headache along with the cuts. No.
Alright. Tay,
Not that.
so
How sure are you there's nothing here?
I'm
as far as
pretty
you know,
sure.
there's nothing here.
Okay, we can go to the next row.
Yep, let's keep going.
This time I'll try to look.
Okay.
We get attacked again?
Uh,
If so, I'm still picking the same.
you
Oh my
was
gosh.
at 11 and a 13, so you feel like wind is just flying by you
Oh,
as
of
you-
course.
as you guys are just going to the next, to the next.
Okay, so the next one's what?
H.
H. Okay, I'll roll.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Add a D4 to any ability check. 18 total. I
Okay.
rolled 14 plus 4, 18 total. Don't know if it was worth it, but
As we,
I've used up 2 of those, so I have 1 more. I'm trying to keep track of my own
this
stuff
is
mentally.
probably going to be our last round, and then we might call it. So, Marissa, what are you doing?
Oh, did I find anything in P and Q with that?
No, ma'am, you did not.
Oh my god. I need like I'm just gonna move to you to O and look there.
Okay.
17. Alpha having looked there.
If you're going to go downstairs, I can tell you yes or no.
I'm gonna go to the other side.
Okay.
Or maybe I'll go downstairs. I can go downstairs by just looking over the edge and stepping down again.
Okay, so let's move. So you're, I would say you're kind of like,
I would be like there at D.
yeah.
Is where I'm gonna be all the way at the front. So
Is
I'm
that,
hoping
is that
that
where you're going to
person
start
upstairs.
searching, or
Yeah, I'm more like so that person on top gone. Assume they left because they weren't. I didn't hear death scream, I suppose.
make another perception check.
You heard a death scream, you just didn't notice it till now.
12.
I'll say as you're kind of looking over the edge, and you notice this right when you're going down, there was already a dead body there.
But on the other side.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I meant more like on the other side of the side, upstairs, other side. Before
No,
I went down.
I'm saying you didn't see anybody up there.
Yeah, okay, but I didn't hear. That's what I meant. Did I hear any death scream upstairs? And then okay, so
No.
that person is gone.
When you
Okay.
looked over and looked over kind of quickly checking, and then as you're looking down, and it's like that vision of as you were looking down because you're hasted, and you teleport down. Did I just saw a dead body that way?
Yeah, okay, but that so at B there's dead body, but so did I find anything up there? I'm gonna look here as well, but did I find
No,
anything
you did
up there?
not find anything up there.
Okay, good. Then we're gonna look here. 13. I mean, it's not.
Okay.
People also not in the. Oh, that's it.
Okay.
Right there.
Miss. Alright, okay.
I guess you would probably hear Rissa like teleport down, I suppose. And read.
Are you staying downstairs?
Me? Yeah.
No, Akuma.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, probably. I mean, let's see. Everybody else is. If I look up on the map here.
Because technically, I will say this, you're still the only one that knows this, of the
No,
next
no.
phrase.
Which phrase was it? The
If people could tell the truth.
if people could tell the truth. So everybody's, from what I've understood from what everybody's, they've already looked in the P's. They've looked in the T's. We found something in the T's.
Ignore anything me and Tay have searched except for the one where I rolled a natural
Have you
20, which I think was
tried-
Tay.
I was about to say, if you've gone through A, you haven't gone through C, have you?
No,
I don't think so.
we haven't gone through A,
Is
B,
that
C,
the
D.
last first letter, quote unquote?
I mean,
I think we went through G, but we failed bad.
I mean, I will say this. As you're thinking, you don't know any of this, of what they've actually searched, because
Yeah.
unless you saw Orisa, who you saw
well,
at the
sort
start
of saw
point
right
here,
in that
and went through
section.
here, and you think she started to go through that way.
So
But you
still-
haven't talked to anybody. So you don't know
No.
exactly what everybody, portrays.
you haven't
so,
even seen us.
yeah, you don't know if they're alive or not.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
We are dead.
We are truly dead inside.
Totally.
I rolled a natural 20 on a deception check to convince you we're dead, so we're very dead. That's a waste of a
Oh, yeah.
natural 20, but it feels good to have rolled it.
What are you
Sounds
doing,
about
Akuma?
right.
I
Well-
really hate myself right now for rolling the
Well, since I still have a dimension door, I'm going to try to dimension door, in this section, because, and if I know that these guys are technically in this section, quote unquote, technically know that they're in this section down here, then up here has a
I'll say you were just thinking of a next aisle to look into. So you port, and when you get to the C's, you kind of slam into the book a little bit because it's what was that? This
Ow.
shouldn't have happened. And as you look across the way, you see where is he again?
I see my death. Is
Probably.
what you're...
You see a guy who looks like parts of his robe is blood all over it. And you see he's holding 4 books as he's looking at you. And he's just with this creepy smile, and you can see just little red eyes staring back at you.
Yeah, shit, well, he's been possessed. So he's trying to take off with the books, huh? Well, it's time to kill him, because,
And that's
Evil
where we're
belongs
going to end
to
tonight's
evil.
episode.
Oh my God.
Yeah!
As it is.
Did my 18 find anything? I'm curious.
because I'm pretty sure I'll forget. No. It
mean,
did not.
Okay.
The thing is, like, we're not finding anything because the last person. has
We
all
at
the-
least know which rows don't
The guy
have
I found, I'm
books.
guessing, has all the
Right,
books there.
Tay?
He's like, look at all my books there, man.
Absolutely.
Like, oh shit.
Yeah, we've gone way past an hour, but like this was
I
getting
gotta go to
good.
bed.
He's
So
like,
I gotta get up
I
about
can go back out. It's
4 hours.
fine.
I want to thank you everybody who came out. I hope you all have a wonderful night. Thank you for sticking with this incredibly long session. This was a really major, big one for the group. And so we'll see you guys next week, and we'll see what happens. Bye.